All right, good afternoon, everybody. It is 10:03 on Thursday, August 13th, 2026. 103, thank you. I appreciate it. We got our numbers guy keeping me straight. And yeah, we've got a marathon of a meeting today, so I'm excited to go ahead and begin. Today, we will hear from the chief of police, we will hear from the chief of the fire department, and we will hear from our public works director. As always, I will let y'all duke it out in terms of who we hear from first, if anybody has any preferences.
We already duked.
You've already duked, so you have the order. Okay, so I see the police chief deferring to the fire department. Am I to take it that y'all are first? Great, please join us.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make a couple of comments.
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, and to the folks in the audience, to the department chairs and directors, this is where the rubber meets the road in our city. These three agencies, our public safety entities and the entity that is in charge of trying to keep streets cleared, surface paved, our water, wastewater oversight, and just making the basic services that we depend on in the city work. And we're faced with a tight budget of trying to figure out how we're going to do all this, especially for these three agencies, with $112 million in our general fund budget. It's going to be a challenge. I think, though, that we have good leadership in these departments and that we'll get there, but it will not be without gnashing of teeth and a little bit of grimacing as we try to get through this. One of the things that as an alternative to the general fund budget is that these three agencies have been tasked with looking at other non-general fund options that we might have as it relates to carrying out the duties and functions of each of these departments. We are working vigorously with our grant-making and grant-seeking staff to help us find other resources that are non-general fund resources. If we were to try to deal with this through the general fund, we would be talking about a lot of attrition. I don't want to do that. I know most of us don't want to see that happening. We want to be efficient, and we want to use our personnel as wisely as we can. But the only way that we're going to be able to meet the needs of these three departments in particular is we've got to be creative, we've got to be nimble, and we've got to seek other resources that are non-general fund. And so I've tasked my department directors and the chiefs of the various departments, the fire department, the police department, public works department, to look at how we can work faster and better and more efficiently, but also where we can find federal funds, where we can find foundational dollars, where we can find corporate support. You're not going to hear a lot about that today because we're talking about general fund budget right now, how we're going to make this situation fit within our general fund. But I do want to let the committee know that we are aggressively trying to find other alternatives beyond the general fund that will help us meet the goals and objectives we have for these various departments and for the city of Jackson. And having said that, I will defer to the committee in terms of how you're going to proceed, but know that the only way that we're going to really accomplish what we as city council persons want, as the city administration want, is to creatively go after other resources beyond our general fund. And as I say, the only way we're going to be able to grow the general fund right now is through attrition. And we want to avoid that as much as possible and seek these other alternative sources.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that framing. And certainly agree with you that the three departments we're hearing from today are essential departments for us to be listening to. And I also hear you loud and clear that it's going to be tough to make what we want to be true, given the limited resources that we have at our disposal. And that's going to be difficult for us to work through, but we've all got to work together. I think all of us wish we were in a situation where we had twice, 3 times, 4 times the budget that we do. We're just not in that shape. So we've got to work collaboratively, and it's not going to be easy, and we're going to have some disagreements about where we should put things, but hopefully if we work together, we can make the best happen for our city. And then that last point I think you make is a really good one, that the focus of our presentations, and we talked about this when we first met on Monday, the focus of our presentations are largely centered on the general fund. But I think you're right, that doesn't have to be the extent of the resources that we have available to us. And so we might not see everything that we hope to accomplish reflected in the general fund, but that's not to say that it's not happening, and that's not to say that there won't be more opportunities available for us. And so we appreciate your team seeking those grants. If you're the praying type, prayers up that we are awarded these grants, and hopefully as a city we can get the resources we need to do a great job. Appreciate that. All right, without further ado, I'm pleased to welcome the fire department. And does Mr. Grizel have the necessary documentation? Thank you. Okay. So hopefully yes, sir.
Chief Thomas, Chief of the Jackson Fire Department. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for this meeting. Discuss the budget of the Jackson Fire Department. We get together a PowerPoint to kind of just run briefly through our department.
Thank you, Chief. And would you mind bringing the mic a little bit closer?
Okay. We put together a PowerPoint to kind of run through the basics of our department to make sure we're all on the same page moving forward. And therefore, I think this will give you a better understanding of the ask that we have for this year. So the first page of the PowerPoint is our mission. The Jackson Fire Department protects the lives and property of more than 140,000 residents throughout the city through fire suppression, emergency medical services, rescue operations, fire prevention, community risk reduction, emergency preparedness. And our budget helps us to sustain the workability of our department for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Budgeting sources, which is the information you requested, Councilman Parkinson. The department is funded through the general fund, grants, as the mayor's already spoken of, Fund 10, state and federal opportunities. And we're continuing to pursue all federal grants. This is a list of the personnel and all the salaries that we have within the fire department. All the personnel is kind of a joint list of each individual rank and structure. It's not everyone individually, but it's just the rank and the payments of the salaries for those current positions. and we currently have 263 positions in the department. We had some people to recently retire, so that's where our shortfall is going to fall, along with other shortfalls that we've already had prior to this year. The budget supports emergency response, EMS, fire prevention, fire inspections, investigations, fleet management, firefighter training, community education. The fire marshal is responsible for conducting fire code inspections and enforce city ordinances, reviewing and building sprinkler systems, so have you. 26 highlights partner with the rental registration to improve multifamily housing compliance, worked with business owners to strengthen fire and life safety, provided fire safety education for daycare operators, so on and so forth. And we also impacted a stronger code compliance, safe for businesses, improved the public safety throughout the city of Jackson. Office of Fire Investigations, which is a very busy department, and our department responsibility is pretty much to investigate all fires and determine the origin and cause, support criminal investigations, prosecutions, partner with the local and state law enforcement, and maintain professional investigative training and certifications. This department is very busy throughout the year. As you can see, we have highlights listed there. We have investigation stats listed there. 234 fires investigated up until this point, 189 structure fires, 45 vehicle fires, 14 arson arrests, and 5 grand jury presentations. And so we're very busy. Every house fire that is set has to be investigated, and it takes manpower and hours to make sure that's accomplished. Emergency Services Division, our firefighters respond to structure fires, medical emergencies, vehicle accidents, hazardous materials, technical rescues, disaster response, mutual aid incidents, and our training, research, and safety and development division ensures that every firefighter is properly trained, professionally certified, and operationally ready to perform and keep our city safe. Safety is the focus, prepared for emergency response. We support fire suppression, emergency medical services, technical rescue, special operations, leadership, development, workforce readiness. You name it, the city of Jackson Fire Department does it. Community risk reduction during 2025-26 provided 450 home safety visits, 1,350 smoke alarms were installed, and the residents of senior citizens and disabled citizens as well. 72 school programs, 230 adult safety presentations, 31 fire safety trailer events, 43 fire extinguisher trainings, and 16,000 social media followers were gained through the educational avenues of the Jackson Fire Department via social media. Accomplishments, we hired special operations. Jackson Fire Department provides specialized response, hazmat, rope rescue, water rescue, structural collapse, trench rescue, vehicle extrication, machinery rescue. And we also work with surrounding partners to do search and welfare of lost individuals, elderly who may have wandered off, things of that nature. 2025-26 accomplishments highlights, we hired 37 firefighters. We secured approximately $2 million for the fire station alerting system. We received $80,000 in Homeland Security grants, received $9,085 in ExxonMobil grant, implemented UKG workforce management, expanded firefighter wellness programs, and increased leadership presence citywide. So as a department, we're doing everything we can to help ourselves. We're attacking every federal dollar that we can find that suits our needs, that we qualify for, to try and help this city continue to move forward financially by doing our part. And we think that's very important. Equipment and facility improvements, investments included SCBA improvements, air supply, vehicle PPV fans, emergency vehicles, fire station renovations, roof replacements, HVAC upgrades, electrical repairs, plumbing and repairs as well. And our facilities are very outdated. And so we're moving in the right direction to make sure that we ensure that every Jackson firefighter has a place safe and healthy to live and work as they're away from home, protecting this city on a day in and day out basis. And we're excited about the advancements that the fire administration, that the mayor and the city council has put before us to make sure we're successful in all of our endeavors to ensure that our firefighters have a healthy living place, and we're grateful for that. Training and professional development, training included live fire, EMS, pump operations, and ladder operations as well. Hazmat certification, host testing, physical fitness, and recruit academics. Fleet operations, the fire garage maintains 24 frontline pumpers, 5 rescue pumpers, approximately 50 support vehicles. And I would add that our fleet is very old and aging it, and we really are in a place now to where we need to start replacing the trucks who cover this city on a day-to-day basis. During the budget cycle, we also focus on preventive maintenance completed, annual pump testing, reduced repair costs through in-house maintenance. Approximately $180,000 has been invested thus far in the fleet readiness, and that price continues to go up due to the age of our fleet. Current challenges that we have: salaries and overtime. Rising personal costs continue to place pressure on the operating budget. Staffing shortages require significant overtime to maintain 24/7 response. Competitive salaries are critical to recruiting and retaining qualified firefighters. Another challenge is building maintenance, which we have attacked head-on to ensure that our firefighters are in a safe and healthy environment. Aging fire stations requiring ongoing repairs, infrastructure upgrades, deferred maintenance increases long-term costs and impacts firefighter safety and station readiness. Investments are needed for roofs, HVAC systems, plumbing, electrical systems, and facility improvement, which we didn't have the funds in our budget to do this in the last budget session. However, as the mayor stated, we tackled outside entities, federal grants, and things of that nature to start helping us to move in the right direction to ensure that we get this done. Fleet and shop maintenance. Fire apparatus and emergency vehicles require regular maintenance to maintain the mission of readiness. Increased repair costs, aging equipment, create additional budget pressures. Adequate funding to ensure reliable emergency response and extends the life of the department assets. So we're doing everything that we can. As you can see on the graph that's on the screen, you requested also, Councilman Parkinson, the past budgets and what we were given and where we are today. You see FY21 through FY26, and as you can see, we have slightly increased each year because the need is drastic, and we're hoping to increase even more this year. Largest budget cost drivers: retention. Retention of firefighters is very difficult because the fire service is just about like a revolving door. It's a dangerous job. It's a high hazardous job, and it's hard to find people who want to remain in this field for a long period of time at the pay rate and other things that come with the job. It's just a stressful situation. So retention is one of the things we really have a problem with. Go back to the next graph, the last graph. You'll see here on this graph the fire department overtime budget from FY21 through 26. And if you can see, we've taken the necessary made the necessary adjustments to make sure that we decrease the overtime as much as possible. And we only had $1 million this past budget, and we made it work. And we're going to continue to utilize whatever funds we're granted here today to continue to be good stewards over the money that we receive. And as you can see, we've made a drastic decrease under this fire administration and under Mayor Horn's leadership. So we're trying to help ourselves. Living conditions, we've already talked about that. Hiring is another thing that we're faced with. Recruiting, training new firefighters requires significant investment. It's not as simple as putting someone on a truck, but they have to be trained and be properly vetted before they're able to go out and work alone without premium supervision. What we need, funding for 25 firefighters will strengthen the staffing levels and improve the service delivery across the city. We are hurting when it comes to manpower. We just lost 10 to 15 firemen through retirement and other things or what have you, but we really need manpower. And we just went through the fire rating, and they talked about the number of personnel. And I stated then I needed 60 to 70 more firefighters. Well, I know we can't do that at this point in time, so we came up with a strategic plan to increase it over the years. And the number 25 is what we thought would be good to start us in the right direction. That way, by the time we finish this term, we'll be in better shape than we were before. So we're trying to increase our staff by 25 firefighters per year to get to that golden number of 75 by the end of this term. How these costs impact the overall budget: personnel costs, salaries, benefit, and overtime make up the largest share of the department's operating budget. Retention helps control long-term costs by reducing turnover, minimizing recruitment expenses, and limiting overtime cost vacancies. Building maintenance is a large thing that we're tackling again. However, we've identified funds to help us to be successful in that moving forward this year. The fleet maintenance and shop, we've discussed that already, and the hiring of the additional firefighters, I just spoke upon that, which we desperately need 25 new firefighters in this budget year to continue to keep this city safe. All over 100 square miles. It is our obligation as the fire department to make sure that we are maintaining safety in the city, but we need the personnel to do so. And we're just asking the council to go with us in a small step with 25 personnel to accomplish this mission this year and start us in the right direction to not only lower our insurance costs, but also to make sure that we can cover the area that we need to cover in the future. Funding priorities, budget needs, and I'm just about finished. Overtime, $1.1 million to maintain staffing, 24/7 staff and emergency response coverage and training, and backfill the vacancies that leave. 25 additional firefighters will cost us approximately $1.6 million, actually $1,680,000, and that's with salary and fringes as well. And the fleet management asked for an increase of $300,000 from $200,000, which was granted in the 2027 budget. And also building maintenance, which is we asked for $300,000, but however, we've identified other funding through federal grants and other things to assist us in that area. Why this funding matters: overtime, $2 million ensures the continuous emergency response coverage, supports minimum staffing requirements, and covers vacancies, leave and extended incidents, and maintains firefighter readiness and training. When a firefighter does not come to work, we have to replace that firefighter with another body that causes overtime. And so this is the reason why overtime is so high at times, because we can't just have a vacancy, we have to replace that person. FY27 proposed budget. Yes, sir. And those are the line items that we were given by the administration, and we are comfortable with them. The only thing that we are requesting is the $1.6 million for 25 additional firefighters. We believe that this budget that we received from finance reflects the efforts that we're trying to accomplish in the fire department, and we'll be asking for more next year, but right now we're trying to maintain. That's it.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. As always, I will first open it up to my colleagues, Mr. Griselle, Ms. Clay, Ms. Brown-Thomas, Mr. Hartley. Anybody would like to begin with questions or comments?
I'll start off first.
Okay, Ms.
And thank
Brown-Thomas?
you. And thank you. On page 11, you have cell phones and then you have telephones. Both of them like $20,526.
We have telephones, Yeah, the telephone is the desk phone. That's through Ring Central. That's something that the city implemented.
How many cell phones do you have in your department that's issued?
It's approximately 45. And all the personnel who have cell phones are people who are constantly on call for the city.
Okay, and then this next line on the same page, is line 11, other pros, 129,000, what is that?
That's other professional services.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give an example of one item that would be included in that line item?
Purchasing turnouts for firefighters, that would be one thing we can, that would be included in that line item. Helmets, gloves, things of that nature.
And one more question, on page 10, other OPE, what is that? Operations? Page 10. 52,277.
Other operating supplies, supply line, cleaning supplies, things of that nature.
But then also you have cleaning up here for 19.
Which one is cleaning supplies for the station? Which one? Which one? Okay, the 19,738 is for cleaning supplies for the station.
And the 52 is for the cleaning supplies or what?
For the supplies outside of cleaning supplies, such as for the turnout gear and things of that nature. And they can be very, very costly when it comes to making sure that everything's operable and ready.
That's it, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brown Thomas. Ms. Clay, I see you're off mute. Would you like to share anything?
I just want to say that we
sorry, Ms.
support
Clay,
the fire
go ahead.
department, and we need to try and get as many firefighters as we can. We should not limit ourselves to 25. We need to be pushing toward that 70 because the rating is very, very important, and maybe making cuts in those other lines that are not necessary, like other professional services, et cetera, put that money in salary. So I support the fire department in terms of hiring people, and we'll look at that budget in detail and see where we can cut to make it feasible to hire people.
Thank you, Ms. Clay. And Mr. Grizel, I see you're off mute. Would you like to be addressed?
Yes, thank you. To Ms. Clay's point, and I guess to the point that we kind of talked about yesterday, I would like to know what creative efforts have the chief made or in his steps taken to try to help plan a pay increase. I'm all for a pay increase, but I'm a stickler when it comes to a director or a chief coming in saying we need raises, but doesn't do their part to try to help us to meet us in the middle. And again, I'm all for taking care of our first responders. And I completely agree that we need to get back up in terms of our numbers of firefighters. But what creative steps has Chief Thomas taken to meet us in the middle with respect to planning pay increases? And if you could please speak up, Chief, the mics are kind of low online.
Sir, Chief Thomas, Councilman Gazelle, I did not put forth anything regarding a pay increase. We're looking for an increase in personnel to cover the city. The pay increase is coming next year.
So you're not looking for any this year?
No, sir, not this year. We have other things that are more important, and we understand as a department, we have to get our living conditions and our fleet up in order to protect this city. So we're focusing on the more important things at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grizel. Is there anything else, Mr. Grizel, at this time?
No, I'm okay, but I just want to reiterate, we got a lot of discussions and deliberating that we need to have, colleagues, a lot.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, if you have anything else, let me know. And if I don't see you, just shout out for me, okay? Mr. Hartley, anything?
Mr. Chairman, if I could may just make a comment in response to Councilman Griselle. Um, and you're going to hear this as it relates to the fire department and public works in particular, not so much the police department, because we don't have we just use modernization use tax funds to make some repairs at the police department. And where we can use that fund with the police department, we will. We are using modernization use tax monies as it relates to the improvements we're doing with the various fire departments, which, as the chief has pointed out, are very antiquated and aged. Public Works is going to do the same thing. Wherever we can back out of the general fund equipment or building improvements and apply modernization use tax monies, we're going to do that. But it does not, you're not able to use modernization use tax on personnel issues. That's a general fund question. And so the chief has been very creative in terms of how he has dealt with overtime and how he's rearranged certain shifts to cut down on the amount of overtime that we're using. But the fact of the matter is that most of what this department needs in terms of boosting staffing and retention, those are general fund issues unless we can find a federal grant or some other support elsewhere. But they're largely general fund issues, and that's where the pressure comes. We've got a limited general fund pot of money. And so we're going to be depending upon the council to use its wisdom to help us figure out how we can maximize our retention efforts, our staff recruitment and build-up efforts, and those are largely general fund issues.
Sir, thank you very much.
Mr.
All
Chair,
right, go ahead, Mr. Griselle.
I want to make sure there's no misunderstanding. I'm very well aware of what the modernization tax is for. I am on the board for MML, and we talk about this all the time and how other municipalities put themselves in trouble by using this money to go buy vehicles and all that kind of stuff and pay for salaries. So that was not, in fact, I didn't even mention modernization fund with my question with the chief. I just want to make sure that was not my implication at all. I just wanted to know, because I heard him mention pay increases, and I just want to make sure that that's not where I was trying to go at all. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, I understand that. I wasn't trying to infer that there was an interest in using modernization inappropriately. What I'm saying is, what we're trying to do is to take a fresh approach where on items that are eligible for modernization, that will take pressure off of our general fund budget. And we're trying to do that in public works. We're trying to do it in the fire department, and wherever we can use those modernization use tax revenues to then free up opportunities within the general fund to deal with these personnel issues.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, I have a few items. First, I just want to thank you all, and I share this every chance I get. It's called the Jackson Fire Department, but it's really the Jackson Fire and Rescue Department. I mean, a lot of the calls for service you receive are not actually just fires. I mean, you do a lot more than just responding to fires. So I think it's important for people to realize that, and I appreciate all the work that you and your entire team do. So thank you. If you wouldn't mind going back a few slides, Clerk Jordan, please. I just have a few clarifying questions first. Back a little bit more. And stop. So my first clarification, this indicates the requested funding for overtime is $1.1 million. And then on the next slide, and this is also reflected in the document received, it says why this funding matters, and it says $2 million in overtime. I just want to make sure the funding is actually 1.1. Is that correct?
That is correct. One of the things requested was 2 million, but we received 1.1. So we're going to work with that.
Okay. And the other thing I just want to clarify is we received a list of the expenditures on Monday, which I think match. Will you go one more slide, Clerk Jordan, if you wouldn't mind? I think it's one more. I'm sorry, the other way. Great. And I think these numbers match, which I appreciate you providing here, the detailed line items that go into each of the categories. So thanks for including that. The one thing I just want to clarify is I believe you said everything that you had proposed, including the overtime, the fleet management, the building maintenance, is included in these figures that we received, except requesting 25 additional firefighters. Am I correct? So this document, what you have on the screen, which matches the expenditures that we received, what day?
It's not in here because we didn't add it because we didn't know if we're going to be approved for it. And also the building repairs is not in here as well because we're using.
The $30,000 for the building maintenance. So the overtime is also not included?
The 1.1 million is in there already, the overtime. It's on what?
Okay, so overtime is included but not the 25 additional firefighters, is that
No,
correct?
sir. No, sir.
And the fleet management, is that included? I see $300,000 requested for fleet management, is that?
Yes, sir. The fleet management is included as well.
Okay.
But I do want to make it clear that also that with the fleet management, to help support our fleet, we plan to utilize our Fund 10 reimbursement.
Great.
And purchase, hoping to purchase 7 new trucks, which are
Excellent.
2 years out. Yes, sir.
Excellent.
So it's not in.
And then the building maintenance for $300,000, is that included in here?
No, it's not.
Okay, but the 25 additional firefighters and the building maintenance are ideally things that you would like to be included in general funds.
As Mayor Horn stated, the building improvements would come from the modernization fund.
Okay,
So we're looking for the 25 personnel.
okay, so I think that's a very, very, very important thing. And like Ms. Clay says, and I'll get back here in a moment, I'd potentially like for us to see more than 25. But the one thing, and we've been telling this to directors all week, and I'll just share it again here. You asked for $1.6 million for additional people. We've got 3 choices. We can either say, no, we're not going to do that. We could say yes, but you tell me where I can pull 1.6 elsewhere, or we can say yes, and I'll find your funds. And if we're going to give an additional 1.6, in this case from that, it either has to come from somewhere else in your department's budget or from some other department's budget, right? Or a combination thereof. But it's not like we're budgeting for 112, but we've only budgeted for 90 and we've got $10 million extra that we can give someone, and who's going to get it. What happened is we think we're getting 112 and we've budgeted for 112. So every additional dime that we say, actually, we've budgeted for this, but we really want this, we can do that if we want to do that. But either y'all have got to tell us where to get those funds, or we'll find it, but you might not like where we're going to find it.
I think that the 25 positions that we needed are needed. I think we owe it to the citizens of Jackson to work toward decreasing the insurance rating.
Yes.
My recommendation is to find it anywhere but the fire department budget.
Well, I'm sure, is there any other department head who would like to give us one? Yeah, 1.6 of their budget?
Yeah, that's what I think you should do.
Okay, all right. Well, I would expect that to be the case, but we've got to find a solution.
I'm sorry, but I say that because our budget, we already are at the bone, and we've cut back. As you see, we've restructured the department, as the mayor said, to curb overtime tremendously. This time last year, we were barely up in overtime. Now we're tremendously under because of what we've done to help ourselves. So since we've done what we need to help ourselves, I need the council to do what they need to do to help us.
Okay, all right, well, we could do it if you want.
Outside of our budget.
Well, maybe.
Can I make a comment, please?
Please, Ms. Clay, yeah.
Okay, I say this. It sounds like the departments had a budget and they took it to the administration and the administration cut their budget already. And if that is the case, I would like for us to see what they asked for before the administration cut their budget or told them what they may be in line for. And then we work with the administration, what they cut and what we come up with. Because at this point, it's no sense in us bagging in and being like we were the last time talking about a flat budget. And a flat budget is not a flat budget. It's just some numbers somebody came up with and putting some groups together and saying what they want. I think this time the council is going to be very active, no matter who brings it to us, to figure out what's what. So if they had a budget beforehand and somebody else already cut it, we need to see that budget because that's more or less what they wanted to begin with. Then see what the administration said and see what the money really allows for. And 112 should not be our goal at any time this year when we know it's closer to 100 million. So I think we should cut that 12 before we even start, so we won't be talking about amending a budget next year. And we know we're not getting any extra money. Y'all can forecast anything you want on paper, but let's look at it realistically and conservatively.
Thank you, Ms. Clay. The other thing I'll bring it back to is, and you've alluded to this, but I think it's important for the general public to understand. I forget the official name of the group. Is it the Mississippi Bureau?
The Mississippi Bureau of Insurance Rating.
Thank you.
Mississippi Rating Bureau.
Thank you. So they evaluate every municipality on a scale of 1 to 10. And in their scale, the lower number is better. And we previously were at a 3, and we are now at a 4. And because lower is better, that's bad news. And that means we're slightly less safe, and it also affects insurance rates. So insurance providers would typically adjust their rates based on the fire ratings across the state of Mississippi. I want to put that in context because I don't want to catastrophize the situation. I believe there's not a single municipality in the state of Mississippi, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's a single municipality that's either at a 1 or a 2. So I think the very lowest, there's one, Mr. Mayor? Okay, so there's one municipality that's either at a 1 or a 2. There's a few that are at 3, and then more that are at 4, and there's some that are all the way up at level 10. So I don't want the public to be overly alarmed and feel like us being at a 4 is a catastrophe. But at the same time, it's not good. And our goal is to get that number back down to 3 as quickly as we possibly can. Now, the fire ratings are done approximately every 5 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's not going to go down again tomorrow. But what we want to do is set ourselves up for success to make sure that the next time we are evaluated, that number indicates back down to a 3. And I believe what you were saying, and I just want to spell it out for the public, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is you're saying that when we got evaluated from a 3 to a 4, they give us a bunch of reasons. And one of the reasons, it's a complicated situation, so we're not going to go into every conceivable thing. I know we can talk about Jackson Water, we can do all this stuff. But one of the things that they've said is you simply don't have enough firefighters.
That's correct.
And they've advised 60, 70, 75 additional firefighters. I believe what you're saying is it's unrealistic for us to get fully staffed up with the additional 60, 70, 75 firefighters tomorrow, but it is your belief that if we get to 25 additional firefighters next year and continue to raise that when the Bureau evaluates us again in 5 years, they'll see we're at the number that we should be at, and that will, fingers crossed, lead to an improved rating back from a 4 to a 3. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir, that's exactly what I'm saying. And also by these 25 firefighters, it shows the citizens that the council is concerned about the rating as well.
Absolutely. So I think we need to be laser focused on getting that in place. What will get us to a 3? Because to your point, it lets the community know that we're safe, and it adjusts the insurance rates and all the other things. And so I think that causes us to make some really tough choices. And so, like, for example, what am I looking at? There's like the groups that go into schools and does field trips and, you know, takes a trip and all that other stuff. You know, as an educator, I love that kind of stuff, and it provides education, and it, you know, all of those are the things. And in an ideal situation, that's a crucial part of a fire department work. But in this situation where we don't even have enough firefighters, like we are that bare minimum thing is being addressed, we ought to look at whether we can redirect resources from those programs like that that are important, but I think we need to be laser focused on getting back to a 3. And to me, the most direct path to do that is getting staffed up first and foremost. And I think facilities is tied very closely to that, because we're not going to be able to staff up if people are sleeping with rats. I mean, just terrible things. So I think we need to be focused on those two. And when Mr. Grizel calls upon people to think creatively, I think, and I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I think that's the kind of stuff that he's talking about, is let's not do things, well, we've done this for 100 years, so let's just continue to do it this way. Let's take a step back and say, in 2026, here's the situation we're at. It is dire. We've got a limited number of resources. What is the most direct path for us to be successful? And how do we throw as many resources into that as possible?
So the ISO has given us a guide to follow. That department you're speaking of, fire safety education, is a part of the ISO rating as well. So what I've done with my fire administration, we've carved out everything that doesn't make sense, and we focused on everything that does make sense for our ISO rating, as well as first and foremost, keeping the city safe. And so we've been in contact with them just earlier this week to make sure we're on the right path. And we're on the right path with everything that is in this budget, with the exception of the 25 personnel that we need to start in the right direction. And I have looked over the budget, searched through the budget. Everything is geared toward the ISO rating, and we have nowhere to cut in our budget this year for 25 personnel. However, I think when the council does whatever you need to do to get us the money for these positions, the budget look a whole lot better, and the city will be a whole lot safer, and the rating will be in the right direction, headed down instead of up.
Okay.
Mr.
Well, I'll call on you to take a triple, quadruple check that budget. And maybe you can't get us to 1.6 that you're requesting. Can you get us 0.2? Can you get us, I mean, if there's, you're feeling like you're stretched to capacity, every department head we're talking to feels stretched for capacity to do even basic city services. I mean, there's not a department out here that has golden toilets and, yeah, I mean, you know, everybody is just trying to do the very best that they can. And we want to work with you. We want to work with you, but we are limited in our funds. And I agree with Ms. Clay. I think we might even have to do cuts already, because as I look further into the revenues, I'm not entirely sure we're going to get to 112. Now, are we going to have to go all the way down to 100? Are we going to have to go to 105? I don't know. We can look at that, but I agree with Ms. Clay. I think we're already dealing with a situation where we're already going to have cuts. And then,
Mr.
Go ahead, Mr. Grizel.
I don't want to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure you saw me up here.
Oh, you go ahead, Mr. Grizel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I really appreciate this dialogue because it sounds like, you know, Chief keeps saying that the council needs to do what it needs to do. Can't vilify us because you're the director, and the council is asking you to be flexible and to make necessary changes before it comes to us. We already know what we need to do, but I don't think any of us want to take away from other departments. But every director needs to be flexible. Also, when I was on civil service, we lowered the age for firefighters down to 18. And I know at one point that was a really thriving program. And I've even had some former students to go through the program, and they're doing very well. What is the department doing to work with the high schools to get these young 18-year-olds engaged, to get them through the academy, and, you know, to actually support our local economy and community, and to make sure that they have a career path because we know everybody's not going straight to college, but we know that the benefits and the salary will do a lot to help our young people to make sure they stay on the right path.
The Jackson Fire Department is in partnership with every high school in the area through our Fire Squad program, and we actually bring them into the department and tell them about the career path or what have you, and we actually hire some of them. But what I'm telling the council now, we have no positions to hire anyone. This is why I'm asking for these positions so we can continue programs such as the one Councilman Griselle is speaking of, so we can hire somebody. We have no positions available at this point in time to bring anybody in on the fire department because the raises we received over the past 3 years or so, the positions were taken from us to fund the raise. Well, now we're at the position where we need the positions back to keep the city safe. And I know that other departments have needs. I'm very kind-hearted. I'm compassionate about that. But we got to keep this city safe. And we have to make sure the citizens are taken care of. And I need 25 firefighters to do that, to start in the right direction. I've looked over the budget, and we're already at the bone everywhere. This is why you see the building maintenance is, what, $56,000? I need more than that. But I backed down on that, and the mayor is helping find other funding for that because we just couldn't afford it. We just don't have it in the budget. And I understand there are tough decisions that have to be made, but when it comes to keeping the city safe, that should be an easy one.
Okay. Ms. Clay, I see you're off mute. Was there, or Mr. Griselle, anything to add?
No.
Okay. Mr. Hartley?
Yeah, just that, all directors are coming in, and we all are tight. And it has to be a nightmare trying to do a lot with nothing. But the truth of the matter is, like Vice President Parkinson said, if we don't find ways to make these cuts, the council is going to do it. And I'm afraid that in your section, you don't have the luxury of using other tools like AI and a lot of different things. It is what it is.
If only.
Yeah. So, we have to stand up Public Works. They've been cut to the bone years ago, and it's showing around our city. So I wouldn't want to go and ask them to get back, because they're providing the basic service as well and stuff people see every day. And so it's, look, we'll have a deliberation. We'll probably have some more questions. But if we can't find those ways within the department level, council is going to make those cuts.
Yeah, and again, just Mr. Mayor, because you've got the eagle eye view over all the departments. And so we want to work with you. And if you feel like, actually, yes, we need to put more money in firefighting, and you see another department that has some redundancy or inefficiency that can be redirected, we would happily take those recommendations. We would like to work with you. If we're hearing that we need 1.6 and there's no recommendation on where it's going to come, we can find it. We're not just trying to put this on you. We can do it. But we'd prefer to work in partnership, and we don't want to put you in a position where you're not able to do the work that you need to do. So keep us updated. And what I'll tell Chief, and this is what I've been telling the other directors, this might be the end of your presentation, but it's not the end of the budget. So we have until September 15th to pass this thing. If you wake up in the middle of the night and you realize there's some cost savings or there's additional whatever, come back to us. We are meeting multiple times per day. We're living in this room right now. Come back and tell us, oh, I think we can adjust here. I think we can adjust there. Zap us an email. Your presentation might be done, but the budget isn't done until it's finally approved. And let's just continue this conversation.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, when the council began these budget deliberations, at the very outset, I informed the council that amongst my priorities are public safety, emergency operations, emergency medical transport, police, and fire. We have got to be 10 toes down on delivering those services to the populace, and that's my top priority, along with blight elimination. But I will say that the administration looks forward to further dialogue with the council about this. We understand that this is not the end of this discussion. It's actually the beginning of the discussions, but it's important for our administration to stake the claim to the members of the council of where we are financially, where we are in terms of our priorities, where we are in terms of equipment, staffing needs. There's just a lot of need out there. And just by example, a year ago, we were able to convince the Capital Complex Improvement District to give us $2 million for a communication system that's state-of-the-art now that we did not have. We're talking with the ISO rating service. Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that we get some additional dollars when our ratings go down. We get additional dollars to help correct the deficiencies that are pointed out. We have a request right now before CCID for a ladder truck, which was the one that we had, which covers Jackson State University, downtown Jackson, the medical center. It was destroyed by fire because of a shifting wind at a major fire that we were fighting. We have a $1.3 million request into CCID for that. We're going to be as creative as we know how to be to find other resources. But we also know that we've got to figure out how we can tighten our belts and be creative in our budgeting as we deal with this general fund. And that's the challenge that we all face right now.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, Mr. Jones.
Is this the final words?
Please, yes.
Okay. I do want to make the council aware that we have searched for funding to help with staffing, and we have applied for some or what have you. And it's most of that funding is for smaller municipalities, and we're larger municipalities and volunteer municipalities as well. But I just want to make sure that the council understands while you're deliberating, I cannot afford to lose a dollar of what I have, but I'm only asking for 1.6 million for the 25 firefighters that I need. And I've done everything, searched the budget, cut back everywhere we can. If you look at last year's budget, a lot of my numbers didn't change because I'm trying to be a good steward over what we have, but it's hard to be a good steward over the job, and when you have the lack of personnel, you need to be successful. You related earlier that we do everything. The fire department, we put out fires, dogs, cats, whatever, we get it done. I believe that we are one of the greatest supporting cast for the citizens because we show up as other entities do as well, but we show up for everything or what have you. But we need the personnel to continue to be able to do that and to get the ISO rating down. We have to start moving in the right direction because if it's 25 now, we don't get it this year, it's going to be 50 next year. ISO rating right around the corner, we're going to be at the same predicament. Not enough personnel.
You don't have to convince us on the need. We hear you on the need. Mr. Hartley?
Just want to say, look, we know the work you're doing, and your lieutenants and the folks out on the ground. We know it. We appreciate it. We feel you. So please don't be disheartened. We're still working through this, and this is our first step, okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Is police next or public works next? Police is next. Great. We'd love to hear. And Chief, take your time, but we're at your ready.
Good afternoon, Council. As we present our budget today, I'm going to provide some context for how it was presented. We were presented with a budget by the CFO and by the CAO to operate within the 112 million 9 budget that they were presenting. So part of our presentation will be that if this is the budget that we have to operate in, what that impact will be. We are not going to present to you what would be the budget in which we had in our minds. It will be the budget that if we have to work in those constraints, what that budget will look like and the impact to services, to community, as well to the police department. So here's how we're going to do it if we go to the next slide. We have before you a historical budget. And the reason we put it in and we went it back to FY 2021 is because FY 2021 is actually the budget that mirrors the expected budget that we are being presenting today. Our budget in FY 21 was $33 million, approximately $34 million. And then it rose through FY 22 to $36 million. It went up again in FY 23 to $38 million. FY 24, it did go down as things were moved. And one of the reasons we noticed that move was, and we'll be able to explain later, things like parking or the public works code enforcement, as well as animal control. Those numbers were moved out of our budget and moved to another department. And so it would have been zeroed out in those years. And then you'll see again in 2026, we maintained about a $37 million budget, and we're projecting that we would stay right in that budget as well for FY 27. However, we are being presented with a budget that is $32 million, close to $33 million, representing a nearly $5 million cut to my budget. If you go to the next slide for me, please, when it says personnel services, the amount that you see there, if we operate at that, is $27 million budget for personnel salaries and benefits. That means the impact that you will see on there is that that budget of $27 million exactly mirrors the budget of 2021, which we were also having that for personnel of $27 million. That would mean that our staffing, as well as our personnel, as well as our pay, would be the exact same as that there. Currently, you'll see as we get to it further, that would mean the impact is that every vacancy that we have currently for police, as well as sworn personnel, as well as our civilian personnel, we would have a complete freeze on and would not be able to hire another individual if we were operating into that budget as we speak currently. If you look at supplies and materials, the supplies and materials are $1.9 million. You'll see the impact on that in that we currently have inherited debts and contracts that would completely wipe out that, which would mean we would not be able to purchase another single thing within the department for supplies as well. We also have other charges there around technology. Those things we'll go into a little bit later as well. But if you can see our core responsibilities of patrolling 24 hours a day, criminal investigations, violent crime enforcement, traffic enforcement, community or police engagement, crime prevention, or any intelligence-led strategies would literally go by the wayside under the current proposed FY 2027 budget. The reason I want to talk about the overall of operational impact is we still have very large big ticket items that we are currently responsible for and that will impact our budget. And what does that mean when we talk about big ticket items? So the current vacancies of 51 officers that are sworn, and we'll get into that, as well as the individual professional staff that we have also with that vacancy, is around 23 vacant positions. What those unfilled positions mean is that these big ticket items that we still have to support around 911, our body-worn cameras, our vehicles, any of our equipment, we would not be able to continue to even supply and support those individuals. Now, thank you for that. No, you're actually good. Stay with your big ticket items. We're good there with our big ticket items. The reason that big ticket items come is because these ticket items then will require us to shift monies from supplies that we would otherwise normally have to have in order to do the everyday job. What does that translate to? That translates to e-ticket writers. That translates to cars, garages. That translates to repairs so that we can continue to support things like record management systems so that we can support fleet management. And here's the fleet management impact of our large ticket items, and you'll see where if the funding is shifted and is maintained at the 2021 level, we will not be able to purchase the 16 vehicles that we were hoping to purchase for our fleets. Our CAD contract, our 911 contract, is also a heavy ticket item that costs us about $1 million a year. Our body-worn camera contracts and software about 1.5 through the life of that contract. Our records management contract will end in February 1st, which means we will now be shopping for a records management contract. That is a $2.2 million average budget, as well as our Collogic software, which we are phasing out. So we still have carrying that debt through February as well. So we will be probably attempting to carry two debts as you transfer over records management systems. You can't do it overnight, so they have to overlap. And we currently have other legacy systems like Cisco. We also have Tyler New World systems. And then our GTech software is actually the software that supports our body-worn cameras. That contract is also coming up as well. When the other contracts that we have coming up, as you can see, we have some legacy contracts and budget items. The first one is Huntington Bank, which is approximately $360,000. That is a leased property for all of our body-worn camera and our in-dash cameras. That property is leased. That means at the end of that contract, which is early, I believe, next year or late next year, we will have to return all of our body-worn cameras and our in-dash cameras or possibly present a buyout to them because we are leasing that equipment. We also have our Fusus contracts. That's the thing that allows you to tap into cameras in the other communities. That costs us about $125,000 a year. And then the Active Solutions cameras. Those are the blue light cameras that you see throughout the communities. That's a $760,000 cost. Motorola is also our radios. And then Benchmark is our internal affairs as well as our software around case management. That one is also coming up and coming due when we talk about all of these big ticket items that would have to fall under the original budget for us of services of $1.9 billion under the proposed FY27 budget. If you go on to the next slide, let me tell you how that impacts us. This is our current organizational chart, and the reason I put it first is we needed to put up front what our debts and obligations were first, then you can see how it impacts people. You can then see how it impacts individuals. The first thing I want to bring to your attention is this is exactly how our new organizational chart works by category. If you can see the categories that we have there, we hold space for a lot of different categories. We have, from shelter attendants for animal control, which we still have on our payrolls, through dispatchers, through even if you can see multimedia service coordinators, that shout out, that is actually Jay, who is part of our supporting personnel in the department. We also have social worker spaces that some are vacant. What we're saying here is that we are currently staffed at, or we're currently budgeted for the FY26 to be staffed at 427 individuals. That would mean every single person from the first time you dial 911 until we finish through on any case, whether we're responding through investigations, whether it's our homicide unit, as well as if it's, permitting, which we do, supporting special events, every space that is there, identification officers and all the services that we provide, as well as records and finances. They all fall under us, parking enforcement, park rangers, a wide variety of works and services that we do. Under the proposed $32 million, 32.9 budget, that budget for those 427 personnel positions would actually now be supported by $27 million versus the original $30.8 million. I can't make that math work no matter how you put it before me, which would mean that at the proposed budget for 427 sworn or civilian officers, we would not be able to do anything except freeze exactly where we are and not move forward in any way. The 83 current vacancies. Well, someone might argue that you have 83 current vacancies, 51 of those are officers, 32 of those are professional staff. And yes, you're going to have vacancies due to retirement, due to turnover, and due to other individuals. But as we all know, there was a narrative that no one was permitted to hire. And so there were freezes on hiring positions that needed to be filled, critically filled, with probably the exception that posting of police officers, that was always on the website. But what it does translate to is a false narrative is that the budget is underutilized versus the budget wasn't available in order to fill critical positions within the police department. Let me tell you how a $5 million reduction while maintaining our core services will impact that. We have a lot of unfunded, and you'll see later, and underfunded services that we have. If we continue with a $5 million reduction, our overtime pressure. Currently, JPD's overtime budget was originally established at $1 million, just $1 million. We had to subsequently increase that to $1.3 million through budget modifications. As of August of 2010 of 2026, JPD is approximately $24,000 over that budget as well in the whole from what it was originally supported, so we had to do modifications to get us to that place. With approximately 6 weeks remaining in the fiscal year, we will have to make additional transfers. Now, the overtime budget, yes, there are staffing vacancies, but there are staffing vacancies throughout the entire system for JPD based on the freezes that were occurring. And even when people were under the misrepresentation or the assumption they could not hire, they were reluctant to fill the positions because of the budget, because of the budget and the resources and the scarcity of resources. Here's what also impacts this when we talk about our operational demand. Our operational demand will now have to go back to a 2020, 2021 operational demand. That the services that we're delivering today that are underfunded or unfunded, we will have difficulty being able to support. Let me talk about some of those unfunded costs, if you want to look through that, if you go ahead and go through that. Some of our unfunded costs and the reduction that impact are going to strictly impact. It's okay, I got you. We'll go to, will strictly impact the surroundings and the areas. These are some of the current state of our vehicles that we have. As you can see, this is the current state of our detention cell. These are the current states of our holding cell. When we talk about operational capabilities, recruitment and retention, when individuals are forced to work in environments that look very similar like this, it is very difficult to retain and recruit any individuals when they have to work in there. Thus, overtime is going to be a problem, and that you will have to have people fill positions when you don't have those spaces available. Regardless of what the working conditions are, 911 calls still need to be answered. If you go on to the next one, Again, recruitment and retention. We just hired or just put our first class through under my tenure. We are planning on, or we're planning on having an October class. We've already started the vetting for that, the background checks, and individuals that we were putting into the pipeline. Under the current one, we would not be able to hold a class in October of 2026. How does that impact personnel? How does that impact morale? You can understand what the impact would be. People will go to another agency if they believe that there is no availability to come to ours and to come into the JPD family. Our overtime budget and special events. This is where we spend a lot of money. Approximately 1.3, as I said, is our current overtime budget. We have no way of now teasing out whether overtime is staffing, whether it's grant-funded overtime that's reimbursed, or whether these are services that we are providing to the community at free, in which we participate with parades, community events, and then we backfill. We are attempting to put in and are in talks with how we can hire or have an MOU with an off-duty software who can do all of our off-duty, and then they could also, they have the ability to front-load all of our special events, front-load all of our major events in the city, front-load all of our grants and what those overtime opportunities are, and then they can track for us what overtime is coming from staffing, what is coming from court, what is coming from other activities that they do as part of their law enforcement, but also what are those ones that we are incurring in which we are not being reimbursed for those services. We routinely provide services at no cost to neighborhood associations, churches, special events, you can say churches, special events, as well as other activities for quality of life. Also, we provide a lot of services that also come without reimbursement. For example, the technology and camera infrastructure that we currently have in place are a clear example of how JPD absorbs these reoccurring infrastructure costs. For instance, the JPD currently pays the electricity and AT&T bills related for the cameras that have been purchased by communities. For example, we support the Bellhaven Improvement Association, Pearl Apartments, Garden Park North, Midtown Partners, First Baptist Church, Fondren Neighborhood Association. Those identify costs cost JPD's budget about $35,000 annually for privately purchased cameras. More broadly, when we do our telephone connectivity, hotspots, electrical costs, et cetera, they're about $22,000 a month for our hotspots, our cameras. We pay the energy bill on them as well as the AT&T bill. That has an impact of about $264,000 annually. We understand those services are important. However, they are reoccurring infrastructure costs being absorbed within JPD that is not reflected or captured in a budget. EOC and 911. Currently, JPD provides full support for the entire EOC operations. That includes police, that includes fire, and that includes EMS. We take all of the calls and we do all of the dispatching for all of the public safety agencies here. The Jackson Police Department is fully financially responsible at this point for the 9 fire dispatchers to include their equipment, their costs, their training, their salaries, their overtime, and their fringe. These positions receive no funding. They are incorporated into our budget as our dispatch budget. That costs us approximately $435,000 a year. It's those kinds of things that we don't capture in our budget, but we do absorb the cost for. And so a $5 million decrease in our budget would impact all of those services pretty significantly. Animal control. We know this is an issue that is in the forefront of a lot of the community here in Jackson Police Department. If you look at the slide, you will see in FY24, Jackson Police Department was receiving approximately $344,000 for animal control services. That budget was completely zeroed out at the end of 2024. 2025 received no funding, 2026 received no funding, is projected to receive no funding for 2027. However, we are expected to perform those duties and services of animal control to include the 3 personnel that we have assigned to that location. Thank you for that. Including as well as the contract for the disposal because it is a shelter when we are called that euthanizes all of the animals. We know there are also costs that we don't see right away when we're looking for vehicles and we're and putting for budgets. We will see that eventually, we're good now, some of these other underfunded ones here for us. The last thing I would talk about too is when we talk numbers, oftentimes we don't talk about real impact that we have here that you can't capture. Let me talk about some of the real impact here that we also don't capture. Vehicle impound, as well as our repair and our fleets. The vehicle impound in the current record contract system charges the city of Jackson, JPD, $100 per every vehicle that is abandoned and we tow to the lot, as well as $75 for every vehicle that we also tow to the lot. Today, I just got a couple of invoices in that were delayed for whatever being uploaded into the Munis system. By the time I uploaded those close to 200 of those, I just got hit with a $32,000 abandoned tow invoice bill that is not going to be able to be supported in our budget. When we tow those to the impound lot at $100 a piece, they then go to the impound lot, and then there's a combination of storage fees and things of that nature once the owner recovers that. We are then put in the position of having to reimburse the impound lot for the storage fees, as well as any of the other fees that were recovered from those. When you think about also labor costs that are impacting us, we are facing approximately $700,000 in repair costs to our vehicles and to our fleet. Our fleet is aging. We have a fleet that starts from 2010 as our oldest vehicle to our newly purchased 8 vehicles to go out and patrol that are the 2026. That is a large fleet to manage. Currently, the way that fleet is managed is that they go to the garage, and then at some point they are then parsed out to the garage, the city's garage. They're parsed out to private garages. To date, things like labor are costing a huge fortune to our repair budget. They're not being used to fix the cars. It's actually being used for labor cost. To date, JPD has paid one of our automotive providers $90,000 in labor. For $90,000, I could hire a mechanic that could do our work and can be employed with the city. And that doesn't mean those are the parts. Currently, my labor and parts budget is about $800,000 for the vehicles, for repairs and things of that nature. An $800,000 budget means that we're trying to support an aging fleet versus deadlining them, getting rid of those, and purchasing something that wouldn't require the service, that would also have warranties, would also have the ability to have maintenance. The other real impact that you don't necessarily see is the ability to do the things that we are doing now with the budget. We have asset managements that we are putting in place. We're doing inventories to make sure that we are being physically responsible with every single dollar that we've been given. We're investing in technology through our grants. We are investing in the quick response team, and we are being able to do that support for that violent offenders out in the community through that type of work and through grant-supported funding. Centralizing our off-duty management so that whenever we do have officers who are using our vehicles and fuel for their secondary employment, are we able to recapture some of those costs that are being outlaid by the city? We're looking at gun reduction technology and how we can support that there. We're being extremely innovative with creating a business management unit so that we can track assets and then moving officers who were in those units back out into streets and back out onto work on the forefront. We are removing vehicles that have been pushed out into other departments. At one point, we were supporting approximately 10 vehicles that were not with JPD through the vehicles, through the repairs, as well as the fuel. We've been reclaiming those vehicles slowly but surely and then repurposing back out into our own fleet for our officers and detectives who are often using their own vehicles to respond to scenes. There's real impact that I believe that we're having in the community, but at the current budget, at the current rate, when you look at that photo at the left, the ability to be out in those spaces, to engage with the community, to continue to trust the community, to reduce violence in the community, and more importantly, to recruit, retain, and increase our presence. We cannot currently stay at the levels that we are of 221 officers in this city, and we surely can't afford to maintain that number and still have the same level of services. We understand that you have very difficult decisions to make, and we're not suggesting that these are easy, and we are definitely not suggesting that we forgo being physically, that we have restraint. We are suggesting that council work with us and that the city work with us as we are aggressively and actively pursuing grants. Those are never guaranteed. They're never guaranteed. We're going to go after them, but if we lay our budget on what we're being presented, it's going to have a significant impact. And we're not asking you again to disregard any physical restraints, but we are asking you to understand there will be operational consequences if this is the FY budget that we will have to work with. And with that, I will take any of your questions. You were presented also and emailed all of our spreadsheets, all of our supporting documentation, all the number of vehicles we have, who has a vehicle, who has a cell phone, who they report to, organizational charts. And forgive me for not killing a bunch of paper and bringing it to you. I apologize in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate it very much. As always, I'll begin by opening it up to my colleagues. Ms. Brown-Thomas? Oh, Mr. Hartley?
Yes, Chief. I think this is going to be several rounds, probably. It's a lot
I
to,
get that feeling too, sir.
it's a lot to unpack there. Do you have an org chart? What did we ask the department heads to provide us with?
It's in your emailed packet, an org chart as well as your, as well as a full list of every single position and vacancy we have open.
Okay, Clerk of Council, can you get us a hand copy of that, please?
Oh, you need a hand? Yes, sir.
And
Sir,
also,
is that the one, is this one? This is one of the things, are you talking about the other one that's in your, one that we put for you as a org chart of where the positions are and who they report to as well?
yes, we've asked departments to comply by giving us that. Grants, okay, how are we looking on grants? Is there anybody that can speak to that?
Yes. Dr. McNoggin? Our current grant funding, as we've been putting in so far, FY '27, our grants so far that we have approved are $622,000. Is that correct? That is correct, and we have pending 137,000 grants that we have already. These are the ones that are approved, and we have another one that we know is 137 that are coming in. So these are grants that we know that are coming in. We still also have outstanding grants. We are waiting to hear back on. Dr. McNoggin would probably be able to speak much more clearly on how many that we have. But I believe we have, again, we were just talking about this earlier. We're looking for a ratification letter. We have a COSIP grant on opioid addiction. We also have,
That's fine.
We're about 5 outstanding ones that we're waiting. You're going to have to come up to
Okay,
the grant
that's
and
fine.
introduce yourself, please.
Dr. Mary Monaghan, JPD Grants. We have currently 5 applications that we are waiting to hear from. We submitted 7, and of the 7, we've already received 2 of them.
Okay, so we're looking at $622,000.
So those 622 are what we already have. So of that,
If you could, just, can you get that information to us or include it in one of your spreadsheets? And I'll move on to the next item I wanted to ask you about. First of all, included in the email that you sent, is it a breakdown? I think you requested a breakdown by positions?
Yes, sir.
Salaries?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and
Position, salary, whether they had a vehicle, who they reported to, whether they had a cell phone. All of those are actually, again, those were emailed. I'm sure we can actually could probably pull them up on here. if
that's
that would be-
okay. We'll move on to the next item. Precinct levels. How are they doing at the precinct levels, and what do you have projected for your precincts?
So when we're talking about the numbers of projected I'm always careful about telling people how many people we have in each
I
location, what
understand.
time
Well,
they're
I'm not-
working.
I'm not interested in the
Yeah.
number. I'm more interested in, are we taking care of the precinct levels for its vehicles, equipment, and other things?
Right, so, yes, we currently have, and we'll be bringing before you Precinct 1, out of the Modernization Fund has requested at $63,000 for an overhang for their roof to be fixed, as well as their floors to be fixed as well. We've also, not only just that, if you saw the pictures of the detention area that I showed you earlier, we've requested invoicing that those areas be painted, they've been cleaned, that they be power washed, that our personnel are in those locations, so that it at least can be sanitary. They work in conditions when people come in every single day. Bodily fluids are part of the narrative. Yes, every single vehicle that we are ordering is a marked vehicle. I have been very clear. We will not order any more unmarked vehicles, that the vehicles that need to go out there are the ones that need to be in patrol and need to be in the streets in order for the officers to answer the phone calls. I've asked them all for their wish list to tell me what they needed and how could we support that, any of their supplies that they needed, and they submitted those to me. And we were ordering everything from the previous budget that had been apparently frozen, where they were not getting any supplies. In addition to that, their bulletproof vests, we just ordered additional vests for them as well because there were some who were aging out. And so we took account of every single one who needed vests as well. We are increasing and want to increase our uniform abilities for us to purchase more uniforms for them, but also a system. We do a lot of things piecemeal. We order a thing here, we order a thing there, but having full supplies has not been part of the way in which we go about the work. So we are looking to do a centralized supply location, even for things like paper clips and stickies. Everyone orders their own through, it comes up through like Staples, and it may benefit us better to have a centralized supply that comes directly out of the chief's office, and then we can order all the supplies and then have supplies divvied out into the precincts. Things like chairs and desks. We have been finding chairs and desks that have been in other people's offices that were just sitting there and desperate for equipment. We have been also finding inventory of laptops, trying to get laptops for our officers, trying to get iPads, all through grant and grant funding.
Okay, in the uniforms, we are talking boots and gloves where needed at the precinct level?
Yes, I just spoke with the precinct, actually it was Precinct 2 commander who said, in part of our uniform budget, can we include boots? Can we include that kind of equipment? And again, we're gonna have to find the funding sources to make sure that we do it. And that's why we're being so creative with our grant approaches, is that where we can't use grant money for certain things, like uniforms and often for personnel, we'll go get the other equipment for those grants first so that we can then transfer personnel supplies for things like uniforms that can help alleviate some of the stress of an officer having to buy those things themselves.
Yeah, and those things, it may be minor, but it's important. And
huge.
we need to provide everything we can to the precincts to meet their levels. You know, I'll pass along, and I really want to come back.
We'll be
but-
right back with
yeah.
you. Yes, we got you. Anybody like to go next?
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Clay.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, yes, thank you, Chief, for all the historical data. Thank you going back to the 2021 budget. I realize we can't operate in 2021, but I realize our finances are close to 2021, and we thank you for writing grants, et cetera. But we're gonna have to make some changes, and we're gonna have to work together and figure out what is best for the community, the city, and the police department at the same time, just like we've told the other departments. And we respect all your research, and we will work with you, but it's gonna be a matter of sitting down and looking at items line by line and seeing what we can do for you and what you can do for us. And the culture here may be piecemeal, but we're gonna make it work. And maybe some of those donations that you guys have been talking about from the public, they'll come in and help us make the difference in the budget. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for that. Even little things that make a difference. We are going line by line, have been going line by line for every AT&T bill determined we had hot spots all over the city that we were paying for and had never been used at an average of $60 a month. And so we started cutting off all of those lines. We literally start cutting or calling every cell phone to see who owned it and then shutting phones off. And so we were extremely proactive on even the small and little things, and those little things slowly start to add up.
Well, we appreciate that, but we're going to work with you. Nobody is going to be at risk safety-wise, but we're going to make it work, and we're going to do some creative things. So I look forward to working with you hands-on and to your whole police force.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Clay. Ms. Brown Thomas?
Thank you. Just quick question. You mentioned about the body cam. Was some of those body cam purchased with grants?
Yeah, we just went and checked through, we've been checking based on the numerous open records requests that we've had, what was grant related and what equipment has been purchased. The body worn cameras were purchased through a loan with Huntington Bank is, I believe, and they're being leased, so they're not being purchased at all.
So those body cams that's inside the car are leased?
Are you talking about the in-car
cam?
dash cameras as well?
Okay.
Anything else at this time, Ms. Brown Thomas?
Not right now.
Okay, let me know because we can go back. Mr. Griselle, was there anything that you wanted to share at this time? Any questions?
No,
thoughts?
I'm trying to go through all these documents. I'll handle it during our deliberations. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let me know. Okay, I'll ask a few questions. If you wouldn't mind going to slide 8, please, I believe it is. It's the org chart. It's the org chart.
Is that one? I mean, I don't have glasses on, so yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify. So this is the org chart as it currently exists?
This is the org chart by category, but if in your email that we sent you, it's actually a PowerPoint that literally says who is in what position, chief, executive staff. It's a different one. Yes.
Great. This is helpful, but my question is relates to this. Is I believe if I'm reading that small number correctly, it says the budget to support 427 individuals listed there.
In personnel only, not the full budget. That was the personnel line.
Thank you. That is indicated, I think, what does that title number say?
So for budget FY '26 to support 427 officers and personnel and our sworn staff was $30,876,452.
The reason I ask is because you have that number here and I have it as well in the expenditures line that I got. It's current, this proposed budget, which obviously is flexible, we're gonna change it, is less than $28 million.
It's 27,000,006 for the exact same number is what we're being asked to support.
And so that does not include, I see down below, you see 83 current vacancies.
So with the current vacancies, so if we use the current vacancies, we would have to just eliminate all that together. The current vacancies of 83, that wouldn't have to, you couldn't do those. You would have to take 83 off the 427, and that's what that budget would support.
Well, I'm saying it's even more bleak than that, if I'm understanding, because and that's why, please tell me if I'm getting this wrong and it's not quite as bleak as I'm describing it. But
It probably is.
so it costs $30 million to have the 427, which is not the vacancies. So essentially your current staff.
Yeah,
So it's cost $30 million to have the existing staff in
That's correct.
personnel. And we're proposing $27 million in personnel.
that's correct.
So not only you've described it as we wouldn't be able to fill the vacancies, but as I look at it, there's actually a deficit to even the current staffing levels, unless I'm reading it wrong.
Yes, it would represent a deficit in the current staffing levels.
Okay. The next question that I have is the slide before, and I just want to understand what we're saying about this slide. So this is indicating again, legacy contracts, so things we've already agreed to, things that we've got to kind of continue over.
That's correct.
And is this this is $32 million?
No, that's the full, that we're also gonna have to absorb in that 32.9. So if you look at some of these legacy contracts, we're gonna have to absorb those into the 32.9 as well.
So help me do some quick math, or Ms. Brown, I got a calculator over there.
I think we got some other quick math back here too.
The total of these is, let's see, 1,
It's
5, 11.
You're looking at 1.275 or something like that?
Okay, so between $1 and $1.5 million.
1.496.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding correctly, what you're saying is on the expenditures as it's currently listed for supplies, there's $1.9 million in supplies. And so if I'm understanding correctly, what you're saying is these items would come from supplies.
They would come from if I'm correct, or you might have that, if it's not coming from supplies, it's gonna come from where our other capital services? Right, so it's the 1.5 is coming from the 1.0 million then, if I'm correct, right? Yeah, so, right, we're already 500,000 in the hole.
I'm showing 1.478 as expenditures is this category 630?
No, you're right, but if you put it back towards our budget, so you're right, exactly the number you got is 1.49, but we're being asked to pay the 1.49 out of the 1.072 in actual. See where that one is there, where our budget would be? Actually, I'm sorry, it's the 1.5 million at the end, or something like that.
That's a little
In other words,
different
we're
than
not
the
going to,
numbers I
you're
see.
actually correct. What we owe, we are not budgeted to cover.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
exactly right. So our current debt is not being covered by the supplies or the other services, correct? Jillian, I'm sorry.
Jillian Caldwell, CFO. The Huntington payment falls off this year, so that's not in your 27 budget.
It doesn't fall off in October.
To which one?
So with that Huntington, case, didn't we, in the contract, can't we purchase the cameras $1 after close of the lease?
I just found out about this. The only reason I just found out about this, but if I'm correct, we leased that property and leased property has to be returned back in. And the reason we realized it was leased is because I just received notification from the CFO's office that we had not paid Huntington the personal property tax on our leased equipment. And I just asked the question, I never knew that government paid personal property tax. And they said the only time that you can is if you lease the equipment. And then I found out, and I may be wrong in this, I'm not the attorney in the room or the CFO, but that is why Huntington is able to charge me now close to $13,000 that invoice. And I have not paid that invoice yet. I've deferred to the attorneys who said, can somebody walk me through this?
Okay. But we're going to need the cameras. So even if we're not paying Huntington, I mean, unless we can buy them for $1 a pop, that would be great, to the extent that they're working. But if it's not going to be Huntington, it's got to be something else. We need the cameras.
We need body-worn cameras, and we do need also in-car dash cameras. That is absolutely correct.
But just to make sure, because again, I'm still not following where we're short, because I thought we just added that up and it was like 1.2 in those legacy contracts and other services and charges.
But that's not the full other services
there's
and
other
charges. Oh,
services
no,
and
those are just our
charges.
big ticket items that we have to pay. Oh, no, there's other stuff in there.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
we have other contracts in there, but those ones there are already at a 1.2, and we are not going to be able to pay any other ones that we have outstanding. We have copier, I think that goes under supplies and materials. We have copier contracts. We have software contracts. We have a lot of other contracts. And then supplies and materials also are the, the weapons, the vehicles, and things of that nature. So pretty much, we do have a lot of outstanding contracts that would go, we would have to move them from either supplies and personnel or some other place. Our contributions under grants, my understanding is that is guaranteed that we have to give to, if I'm correct, Hinds County, or the Hinds County District Attorney's Office. And so those are portions of some of the grants that we currently have. Can't take it from there. It'll have to come from personnel, supplies, or other places. And basically, we would deplete everything from each of those to cover any of our supplies and contracts.
Thanks. I was actually gonna ask about those grants. Can you speak to those, please? What are the grants as expenditures? What are the grants that we're issuing out?
So anytime that there's certain grants that we apply for, that there's a percentage or a pass-through that goes to Hinds County, and which is part of the grant, if I'm correct, they're a sub-grant recipient. Yeah, the juvenile gets it, but, so we have several of those. Yeah, is that the one that we're sending over to Hinds County? Yeah, and so we have those that we pass through to them. But there's also the one that we just did where we have to pass over the 15,000. So we are having pass-through grants that are required as part of the grant for JAG grants and things of that nature.
Point of clarification, anytime we're giving them dollars out of a grant, those are captured in a grant fund, which is separate from the general fund.
One more question.
Yeah.
Like the auction, don't that supposed to go towards technology?
For the auction or for seizures for narcotics? Which, are you talking about the technology in, like for VMS who performs our auctions at the impound lot?
Yes.
Okay, so the current system, the way the auction is going is it works something like this. JPD will have a car taken by a wrecker to the impound lot. That car then goes to the impound lot at a cost of about $100. Well, actually, that is the cost. Some of them are more difficult. Abandoned cars will cost sometimes up to $300 to pull an abandoned car off the side of a hill or off of a road or an embankment of that nature. And we have quite a few of those. So costs can range anywhere from $100 to $300 if they have to use a second wrecker to do that. The vehicle is then moved from the abandoned car spot to the impound lot. At that point, the car is then taken into impound. VMS then does an inventory. That's the vehicle management system. They do the inventory for that car. They then send out letters to say that they either come claim your vehicle or we're going to put it up for auction. That vehicle is then either reclaimed, in which the towing and the invoice fees for storage are then collected by the city, and then VMS bills the city back to reclaim the invoices that we just collected for storage on the city's impound lot.
So when they have the big auctions, like selling the cars, do that go back into the general funds or police funds?
It goes something like this. It goes into if I'm correct, the general fund first. All monies have to go back into the general fund first. And then what happens is after VMS for their auctions, the first $200,000 in profits go to VMS. After that, anything we sell, it's an 80-20 split. 80% goes to VMS, 20% goes to the city. And then that 20% will come back, from my understanding, to JPD. But that only comes back after we pay the storage fees for the vehicle that was on there. So
what about the inventory of the guns? Do you look into selling the guns or?
So you have to have court orders for destructions of any weapons, or if you can sell them or auction them off. Oftentimes, normally it's state law, the things of value, and again, I will defer to the attorneys in the room and CFOs, but often if there's something of value, the state is the one who also gets the portion, or you have to apply for the state to be able to sell it and things of that nature. We are being very creative to try and raise funds, but also at the same time reduce stress on our officers and our equipment and our repairs. But we do have some systems that we probably can position ourselves better to save money on and to be much more profitable than the current ones that we have here.
The system that you just described in terms of you have to inventory the vehicle, send them a letter, give them a period of time, I'm assuming that that is all required as part of a due process procedure, or is any of that us just going above and beyond and being nice? Do we have the ability to streamline any of that as well, or we've got to go through the process?
So that is the letters that are being sent by VMS, but then they then show up to the court. It's basically an auto-generated letter that says your vehicle was here on this date. The inventory is being conducted by VMS as well, for the vehicles that are on the lot.
Mr. Hartley?
Change directions a little bit.
Were you finished, Ms. Brent? Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, CRTC, Real-Time Command Center.
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything in the budget for that? How is the program being administered?
So when you talk about the Real-Time Command Center, the Real-Time Command Center is a facility that houses, as you know, our access to our cameras. The first cost are to personnel to be able to man the Real-Time Command Center. And if you look at our budget, we do have personnel in there, but we also are looking to hire as individuals. The current staffing there and the officers' access to be able to access cameras or to alleviate that stress there, it's very limited. And so therefore, we are looking for other individuals to be able to man that. And also because it is not manned full-time, 24 hours a day, and has not been since its origination, part of what we are doing is having our precincts have our precincts engage the officers in training so that they're spending some time there on every shift throughout there so that we can have coverage. It's a creative way in which we can engage the officers with the cameras as well as to provide hands-on to how the cameras and the camera systems work. One of the ways that we are looking to have in the budget, and these are conversations that we'll have to have with Hinds County supervisors, is co-locating the 911 center in the RTCC, which would allow us then to really have 24-hour coverage in the Real-Time Command Center. You could take the call and at the exact same time pull up cameras and get that information to the officers as well as responding public safety personnel in real time. One of the things we're also looking to do is one of the grants that we did secure and were awarded are for the unmanned aerial devices and drones. So putting together, again, how can we use drones as a city responder and not just as a police responder, as a first responder? How can we use drones to assist the fire department, to send a drone up so they don't have to put a ladder up on a building or a roof to get it for the first time? Or how might Public Works use it if there's flooding or if there's a bridge that is collapsing, that we could use our drones to put that up? How can we use our drones for blight coverage? So we are looking to secure that so that we can help reduce costs throughout the entire city and not just at Jackson Police Department.
Yeah, I know that, we want to have some information confidential, but we need a serious report on that that Real-Time Command Center. One other thing.
I'm sorry, what is it you would like, sir?
More information on the Real-Time Command Center and your steps towards making that program whole. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The other thing is it relates to that because we had a program at one time that would allow businesses to put up cameras on their property, and that get tied into the Real-Time Command Center. That didn't get kicked off the way I think we anticipated it did. But I will say this, I believe there is still a strong need for that, for businesses. And at one time, there was, I saw at least 20-something cameras over there, and for less than $1,000, you could get both the box and the camera and the light. Okay, this is important, and the reason it's important because I got on Highway 80. We've lost all kinds of businesses, And a lot of folks, and we lost a grocery store down at the corner of McDowell and Terry Road. When I went to ask the owner, plead with him not to leave, first thing he said was, we don't have the response and so forth. The JPD is not responding. Again, it was probably a business decision and not necessarily that. But the businesses that are remaining, they need some type of tie-in to the city system. If we could pull that program together, if we could put a blue light there and have their cameras tied in to the real-time command center, I think they would sleep a whole lot better at night. It would be definitely a deterrent, as well as, you could use the footage and stuff for cases. So I would encourage us to look at that within this budget. As we lose businesses, we're losing money. People, we're hearing over and over, hey, we got this need, that need, but we lose businesses. That's a loss of revenue for the city. We're losing our residents, and that's not sustainable. So we have to do everything we can to reach out to these businesses and let them know that we're fully on board, and if we can tie into them and helping them. I have some basically just pleading, when are you guys going to do something? We got the unhoused folks in front of our doors and lack of response and other things. And I feel as though if we had their cameras tied in, then we might be able to see some things going down, or we can see some conditions and respond to them more quickly. So
Can I just respond to that? They do have the ability to do that. They can purchase the fuses, access to that. That program has never stopped. What I think has been a hesitancy on the blue light program is who's going to pay for the SIM cards, who's going to pay for the electricity, and who pays for the AT&T bills. In other words, but they can purchase the conduit by which we can have access to their cameras. That has never stopped. I think part of what is understanding where the money is going to come from. If they purchase a camera and then we are the ones who support it, like we currently do with some of our camera systems now. We pay the electric bill every month for them, and we pay the AT&T bill every month for them, and we pay that at about $120 a month per camera.
And that's at the store level, or is that at the intersections?
No, these are on, I have a list. They're in places like First Baptist Church or the Bellhaven Association. I think, hello?
I'm asking you a question. You said 35,000 a while back. AT&T was being paid for neighborhoods like Fundra and et cetera. I'm trying to see how are we paying for certain neighborhoods and certain places, First Baptist, and these places are in the city and other places in the city, and we're not paying for their cameras. There's something wrong with that picture bad. So we need to cut paying all of them or pay everybody.
It's just the Councilwoman Clay, literally it's as I go through line by line on the support for it. I think part of one of the discussions recently was the blue light program that was supposed to be set up through the city. And the discussion was, would JPD pay for the SIM cards and the electricity and the AT&T bill? So the first SIM card to set it up, and then the AT&T bill, as well as the electric bill from energy. And so when I said, what would those costs be and how would that be supported? SIM cards are extremely expensive. I'm not an IT person.
Chief, if you would, for the sake of time.
I have 99 cameras in my neighborhood that neighborhood associations are trying to pay for, okay? I have other cameras where people are too poor to pay for the camera. There is no way I'm going to listen to and not know the details of how they're being paid. But I suggest that we look into it really deep and we cut it or make it fair across the board.
And, Chief, my point was this. I have business that are willing to incur those costs. What they need is someone from JPD that knows the program, that can go to them and set it up. And I've been asking for this for years. Somebody to go out to the Jazz Code, corner of Bobby Rush Boulevard and Highway 80. Talked to the gentleman, said, here's the program. This is how much it's going to cost. They will buy those cameras. They will buy the bills. They will take care of the SIM cards. They'll take care of everything. They just need security.
Absolutely, and what I could do, Councilwoman Clay, the last list I got of all the city cameras and the locations, and where those locations are, and then who, I believe they purchased the camera, then we continue with that. I can supply that list to council if that would be helpful.
Thank you very, very, very much.
And can you provide a coordinator or a name or someone that I can tell my business to reach out to? They have the money. They make the money. They just want to be to feel safe. They want to feel protected. They want to feel as though somebody's got their back. And when they call and nobody shows up, it would be very, very helpful. They have the money, so I don't think that's going to be an issue with them. The issue is I'm losing my businesses. The issue is we're losing money. And as we lose money, we lose the resources, we lose the places so folks can go and get services and goods. But shutting down these buildings on a major thoroughfare, that shouldn't be an option. I mean, we have to get that money, and the one thing we have to do is reach out to them. So if you could provide me a coordinator name and that list that you talked about, but a coordinator that can go there, sit down, explain the program, and get them to write the check.
We can do that, and the person who oversees that unit is Deputy Chief Tyrone Buckley, who has been very engaged with the communities, as well as Captain Jackie Thomas, who is overseeing and has been at the RTCC and 911 EOC since December of last year. But those will be the two coordinators. They're the ones who are at all the meetings and have been going to and having the conversations with Active Solutions, who is the one who currently runs our camera systems.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have any existing cameras that are waiting to be deployed?
We have a list of 23 that we have sent over to Active Solutions and to tell them the locations where we would have the next ones. These are cameras that, upon my arrival, I was informed had never been deployed, but they had been purchased. And so we gave them a list. We gave them a list of where they're supposed to go. However, the first thing they said, they have to identify what poles they can go on, whether they're city poles. They have to do their study or whatever it is, and that they're supposed to get back with me. I can talk to you and tell you about the last time. I can send over the last communications. We can also send over that list. The list is based on need and based on what the precinct commanders said that they would need to be able to support the work that they do in deployment. I don't have the matrix for how cameras were deployed originally. I can only tell you the one that we're using now is precinct commanders as well as data in response to crime.
Was council input also included? Because I know we were asked to, previously, we were asked to submit a list of suggestions.
So council input, here's what I can say about the council input. When we looked at the list, we looked at the top priorities of violent crime and where they were occurring, and then also where we had gaps in cameras and camera systems. And that was the metrics, because everybody had a list of all the camera places they want, of the 23 cameras that we had, just don't have those. And in the interest of addressing the need versus addressing where I'm looking at this list, where some of the preferences for where cameras were put, were they meeting the need? And then is there also an opportunity to reevaluate where some of the other ones are currently, where some places may have 8, 10 cameras in their space? Is that the best use of our opportunity of our cameras, and what would the cost be to move them or add new cameras to those locations or to other locations?
Great, yeah, I'll appreciate your write-up on that. And also, I think we'll also need to loop in the city. I'd just be curious what agreements, because I believe some of those groups made the purchases with there was an agreement if we purchased the camera, the city will run it. And to the extent that that's legally binding, I think we'll need to look at either following that or finding a way to get out of that. I'm just not sure.
Yeah, I don't know of any contract that goes into in perpetuity where I'm paying the electric bills and the AT&T bills for the remainder of the life of that camera. Again, that should probably be evaluated. I was not part of those discussions.
Yeah.
Again,
And it might have
legacy that we
been,
inherited.
I don't know, it might have been a handshake agreement. I mean, there might not be any. I don't know. Mr. Foote? Were you looking to be?
Yes, sir.
Were you looking to be?
What's that? No, I know. I'm just trying to get settled here so I can listen to the meeting. I apologize being late getting on.
No stress. Thank you for being here. Mr. Hartley?
Yes, if you would, Chief, can you get us some performance indicators, some metrics, reduction in crime, response times, et cetera? Just whatever you'll measure in your business to show that money we're spending is having an actual effect on the crime. Whatever you measure. I'll leave the metrics up to you.
I have a few other questions. This is sort of related to data and metrics, but homicide figures. I'm interested in the who, where, and when. So who, there's this anecdote, but does it tend to be younger kids? Is it tend to be interrelational experience, but getting a sense of who the both homicide victims and homicide perpetrators are, where are there certain hotspots, and when, both in terms of time of day, time of year. Do you feel like that is information that we either have or can get, or are there groups that we could get a contract to look at that information, or because I share your desire to be data-driven in our approach to homicide reduction. Along with anything that we do, we should be data-driven in that work. And if we need an outside group to do that, I want to make sure that we're allocating the funds to do that. So I'd be interested, are there any budget implications to this that we should be thinking about and making sure that we have the resources necessary to get that?
So here's what we are doing in terms of prioritizing our response to violent crime. Response to violent crime is the first thing, and by implication, it will help reduce homicides, right? The first thing is identifying what are our drivers of our homicides, and lately that trend has been interpersonal violence, domestic violence, and known violence around people and family conflict. And so family conflict has been surprisingly on an upward trend, where we are learning more and more about these types of crime. So one of the first things that we're doing is starting to study where that might occur, bringing in the Mississippi Domestic Violence Foundation or Coalition to help us. They are one of the ones who are on the forefront of this work, and being able to collect data so that we can see where possibly pockets of interpersonal violence, domestic violence are occurring. In addition, we have been mining the data out of our CAD 911 system to see where we are responding most to domestic violence, and then what are those ways in which we can apply different resources and support, not necessarily direct police support, because when you engage with a person who's a victim of domestic violence, the most dangerous times for them are when officers are engaged, and then right after an arrest, and the third time is when they're attempting to leave. Is when they're most likely to be a victim of a homicide. And so looking at that work as well. As you know, Harvard was here to do a focus group with us. They've given us an advocacy paper, and then they've reached back out just actually yesterday to ask what kind of support they could give us with the work that we're doing here. Yes, I believe in being data-driven, but part of the issues that we are here is that our systems, our records management systems, our legacy systems do not have accurate data in it for it. And those things we're hoping to resolve through software, where dirty data is no longer the bad word that it used to be, because you can clean up data as well. And so part of the software systems will help get us the data first. And so what I would suggest is, yes, these things run in tandem, but if you're just looking at bringing in groups now to start study it, we need to get the actual correct data first and then bring in those persons who can help us be much more focused deterrent approach to violent crime.
So this is at least one area that we don't need to be adding additional resources, financial resources, to do, at least in the short term while we're doing some of the data cleanup.
Well, we're absolutely going to need the money in that area. That's what we're saying. It's the software. Our records management system comes to an end, shelf life February 1. So
is that
that's
one of the
our
legacy
ability to pull that
systems?
out.
Is that one of the legacy contracts we talked about?
It's Cologic that you're looking on there. That is our 911 management system. They have now switched to a company called CoreForce. CoreForce is the name of the company, in which CoreForce is just kind of grabbing up small individual records management companies and then merging them into one and then making it fit. And so as we work through that legacy contract, we're going to have to put out a request for, proposals or quotes to see this is the type of work that we need done. And then how do we now possibly integrate 3 other legacy systems into a 4th one?
Thank you. I'll go Ms. Brown-Thomas and then Mr. Hartley.
Okay, quick question. What is the status of the reserve units?
The status of they're still there. Here's what we are attempting to do with the reserve units. Typically, they have to have, I think it's 15 hours.
16?
Yeah, 16 hours of additional service. And so far, the way they've been utilized most active often is parades, corners, shutting down intersections, right, in that way so that they can keep their hours. What I've asked, and I don't remember his name, really tall, the head of the reserves, is are there ways that we could use them differently that could help us with some of our services, particularly around shortages? An example would be that would they be willing to do 15 hours at EOC 911, answering 911 calls? They're very familiar with the areas. They're very familiar with a lot of the persons who call or are engaged, and they understand the language. And so they could still stay very connected to the community and to the cases, and it could also help us when we're having shortage of staffing. Would they also be willing to, when we have our recruits at the academy, we often have the academy personnel stay overnight in those spaces and act as a chaperone. Could that be a great space, Ida? Could that be a great space for a reserve officer to get the opportunity to spend time with our new recruits, right?
Did we start a junior, okay, anyway.
Yes, so yes, we're there, but they are currently involved, but we typically use them in more ceremonial ways or as someone holding a post versus somebody who can still be an active participant and have a lot more to contribute.
Thank you. Mr. Hartley?
Yes, one quick question. Park rangers, do we have 5 park rangers? It's showing up here.
We have 4, if I'm correct, park rangers, 1 in each of the precincts, and then there's one's on medical leave.
Okay, thank you.
I think my last series of questions goes back to animal control. Would you mind going to slide 14, please?
That one there.
Thank you. So this slide indicates that in FY24, there was roughly $350,000 allocated towards animal control efforts that since has been zeroed out. This is not the personnel, because I saw there are animal control officers listed on personnel. So this is not saying we don't have the personnel for animal control. What are these things? Like, what did that $350,000 pay for that's since been zeroed out?
If I'm correct, and again, this is background, Tanya.
Tanya Nord, Chief of Staff. Actually, what you're seeing does include the 610, the 620, everything that deals with animal control, meaning personnel, meaning supply, meaning kibbles and bits, everything that deals with the vehicles and maintenance for that for them, as well as the building and anything that goes along with maintenance in that area. In FY 2024, we did have that full budget, and over the 2024, it was siphoned off. When we got to 2025 and 2026, the budget actually indicated zero. So nothing was given. So we still have individuals working where we're actually moving monies from other areas to try. We're operating in a negative. If you look at fiscal year 2026, we are almost $63,000 in the negative because we're pulling money from other positions to pay the individuals that are working there. And that also goes along with any of the upkeep maintenance that we're doing. We're pulling money from other areas because they're still out there doing their jobs, but we're not financially funding those positions or the entire program of animal control.
So but there are 3 officers on the org chart. So what are they doing right now?
They're the ones who are actually, when we get the calls for animal control, they are the ones who go there, put them temporarily at this non-functioning location until they're ready for the contract. We have a disposal contract, and that's about as delicately as I can put it.
And
And that does not fall under an animal control budget. That falls under my other services budget contracts.
Gotcha. If a member of the public has an animal control need, should they call 911, or what's the best?
They should always do the non-emergency unless it is a vicious dog in which you would need police services. We have animal control. They are all now in precinct 3 as a place for them to be able to go, and that's where the original animal control shelter was. So they are there in precinct 3. We'd ask that you would call that number. And again, reminder that we only have the ability to bring them into the location and not act as a boarding shelter.
Thank you. Mr. Hartley, were you seeking recognition?
Just thank you.
Mr. President?
I'm going to acknowledge
like-
Mr. Okay, Mr. Foote? Mr. Foote?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it, Dee. And thanks, Chief. I'm sorry I joined this call a little late. The couple of things. One, what's the budget you have planned for next year versus the year we're in right now? Is there a total dollar amount?
Yes, sir. I have been under the impression and the understanding that my budget should be reflective of the FY20, that we were currently in FY26 operating at FY25, and that was the budget FY25 that I was under the impression that I would be working with and be able to utilize and then move those resources in that way.
So, okay, what's the total dollar? I don't have the paperwork because I'm out of town. What is the total dollar amount for your budget for this upcoming year? That would be FY27.
The FY27 budget that I've been presented is $32,900,000.
How many sworn officers is that budget for?
So for the sworn officers, it's 275 sworn officers.
Okay, what's your current number of sworn officers?
Currently, we are at 221.
21, okay.
221.
Okay. So right now you're 54 below where you want to be. Can you talk about what you're going to do to get those 54 officers? What's your plan?
So thank you for that. So part of it, I think, again, is, as I said, starting with context about how we found ourselves when we were not hiring as quickly or as frequently as we should. The first thing is that my understanding is that when I first arrived here, posting for positions were not being posted because people said that they were not able to hire, and therefore they were not posting. In addition to that, people were putting applications in, And then the lists and certification lists were not being pulled down with regularity. And now we are currently pulling lists through applications. I will need to take some direction from council that do I still continue to pull these lists and then do the backgrounds on them and then do the interviews, or from maybe the CFA, the CAO, CFO, and the mayor's office. Once those applications had been sitting, oftentimes when we would start to call individuals, those applications had been sitting 4, 5, or 6 months before they had the ability for someone to reach back to them. By then, they were all going to other jobs. So what we are doing now is very clearly every interested application, we are now testing every week, I believe is our testing schedule, as well as our interviewing schedules, so that those persons who are interested, submitting applications, that we make contact with them sooner. So we're hoping that from the time a person puts an application in till the time they actually hear from us is less than 10 days. Previously, it had been 4 to 5 months from the time they submitted applications until they may have had their first contact to do a background check or even to do the written test.
Okay, thank you. On vehicles, do you have a set number of vehicles that you want to have, and how many do you actually have right now?
So currently, and again, please don't let this number sway you. From 2011 till now, we have a total of the city has purchased somewhere about 449 vehicles. That's every single, or not purchased, in possession of 449 vehicles for the police department. That includes seized vehicles, asset forfeiture vehicles, as well as those that are totaled out and things of that nature. We currently have 174 that are actually operational. And that includes the 8 that we just purchased and just was approved by council to have upfitted at this time and at this location, at this time. So our idea was to start to deadline and auction off all of these other vehicles. The problem is that we currently, our garage situation is, we keep all of these vehicles on the books, even though they're stripping them for other parts and then putting those parts on other cars, but they still are ours on the book. So you'll have a completely wrecked out vehicle, and that vehicle is still currently in our possession and still logged in as a JPD vehicle. Part of the issues that we also face, I have currently 14 vehicles that have not had the ability to be worked on that are sitting in a lot over at Precinct 4. I have 11 vehicles at another location that are not being worked on as well. And then at the major automotive place that does our vehicles, currently Just More, I have no idea how many are there. Part of the problem is that not having any ideas, when I spoke with the garage specifically and asked, what is our tracking system for when we have a vehicle that needs a repair or needs any work done on that vehicle? That vehicle is reported to the garage, and from there, based on trusting the vendors, they then take them to any of the vendors. I currently have no exact list from the garage where my vehicles are, what is the state of repair, how much we've paid for each of those vehicles, how often that vehicle is breaking down. I have now been calling the automotive garages who are doing our vehicles and asking them to give me a full list of every one of my vehicles that you've worked on, the repairs, as well as the cost associated with them. The majority of them are labor costs that we are experiencing because they are stripping parts from one vehicle to another.
So who's in charge of your keeping your vehicles operational? Do you have a specific person?
So yes and no. All vehicles have to still go through the garage first. And now we have moved all of the vehicle maintenance now under our business management unit that is now headed up by the chief of staff. The reason for that is that we understood that the garage has deferred to 2 of our personnel and said they pretty much get to decide how the vehicles are run and who fixes them and who repairs them. But ultimately, the person who is responsible is the head of the garage maintenance for all the vehicles in the city. And then we, as I said to him, we support them by assigning individuals and personnel. And the mayor has graciously said that we are able to maintain now just vehicle control under JPD, since we now are putting in systems in place to identify where every vehicle is, what the costs are associated with it, what are our inventories, what are our parts that we have available to fix cars. And then we're also working on a solution to be able to not parse out our vehicles to garages all over the city and still have no ability to track where they are.
So we don't have a vehicle maintenance anymore? Guy, we used to have somebody that was over vehicle maintenance that dealt with the vehicles.
I can say there were people assigned to do that work. There were 2 people assigned to do that work. That is all I can speak to in terms of the work getting done and accomplished.
Do you have a number on the total number of vehicles that JPD has? You said 174 operational, but so how many that are don't measure up as operational do you have?
As I just said, we have 449 in our possession, and 147 of those are operational.
So you have 449. How many do you need for all your to meet your needs for all the beats around the clock? So you got 4 precincts, and they've got beats, and then they've got each beat has three shifts a day, 7 days a week, if I understand that correctly. How many vehicles do you need operational to make all those obligations for your beats, precincts, and shifts?
For our marked units, we are woefully below our marked unit status. And again, my desire was to purchase 16 marked units, and which would cost us $1.1 million to put 16 in. When I say we are woefully supported in terms of marked vehicles, we are not operating at the vehicle levels. If you see these photos that we showed, these are literally some of the vehicles that our officers are operating on a daily basis and are going out into the district to answer 911 calls. If you want to properly staff any precinct, you should have a minimum of 6 pool vehicles that are operational every single day, but then you also want reserve vehicles. So you would need at least 9 vehicles minimum at each of the stations as pool vehicles, as brand new vehicles. As a matter of fact, as we have been deploying resources, previously we had a habit of just doing it equally, 2 and 2, regardless of what the need was, to include personnel. We are now aging out whatever the oldest fleets are that are in the precincts. They're going to be replaced by age and wear and tear, and not by equal. We're just trying to be equitable at this point so that we have running fleets.
Okay, so your person in charge of your vehicle situation is your chief of staff, is that correct? Is that
It is now being moved under the business unit. Yes, that was just a recent move that we made recently in the last 2 weeks, based on the fact that the person who was in charge of our fleet and fleet maintenance, the person who was in charge of fleet maintenance was the former under the previous administration, mayoral administration, was that person's executive protection. They moved that person in August of 2025 to the impound lot to start doing auctions and auctioning off and supposedly getting our impound lot together. When that wasn't successful, the mayor's office brought in VMS to try and address the lot issue. That person was then assigned under the previous chief for head of our fleet management. And then upon inquiry over the last week and a half from me about where our vehicles are, that person is no longer in charge of fleet management, sir.
Thank you, Chief. That's all my questions for right now. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Hartley?
Yes, thanks. And I think I'm following up on some personnel questions as well. That number is somewhat troubling, 221. And so can you tell me a little bit, first of all, do we have a problem with retention? Are you doing exit interviews? And the last question is, what are some of the steps you're taking towards recruitment?
All right, so when we're talking about the numbers that being troubling and what the numbers are that are, our numbers are very similar in terms of what was exiting previously and what was exiting now since January of this year. I think we're actually at a lower number that are leaving than they were last year. We just did an interview on that. So there's a couple reasons that we are now currently exiting as well. Retirement is always an issue, and I think we've had 5 retire year to date. Also, when we talk about retention and recruitment, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. When people in this region leave, they go to other departments and they jump around, so you're not losing the personnel. They're actually still in place, either at Capitol, Hinds County, Madison, Ridgeland, Pearl. They're all still in the area, and we're all just grabbing from each other. It is exactly what is happening here. But what we are also experiencing here, in full disclosure, is that as we are identifying issues that are occurring and making personnel changes, we're going to find that some people are not going to want to stay and are suddenly leaving JPD often the day after they've been reassigned, or there's some scrutiny to the work that they do. And we understand that that's going to happen. What does recruitment, what does retention look like for the officers who are here every day doing that work? Every single day coming to work regardless of the conditions, the vehicles, regardless of their precincts. We spend lots of time doing that. One of the things that we just talked about is, what would a complete officer wellness program look like? Not like any we've ever seen, working with HR to put together a health and wellness initiative around creating apps for our officers, meal prep, meal planning, organic foods, juicing, workouts, yoga. And we've been working, if you've seen, very intentionally about how we create a healthier whole space for the officers. We are also doing, and just finished, or we'll be doing our second round of interviews for officers who may not have ever had the opportunity or saw a pathway to anything besides patrol. They were asked to put in, were they interested in any unit? Intelligence, our intelligence teams, our crime analysts, our task force officers. And we had an overwhelming number of officers who said yes, that for the first time they've been asked, and we're now in those second rounds of interviews of how we might be able to support them. And if they can't be assigned permanently, can they shadow for 60 days in that space so that they get the training and the opportunities to learn another skill and take that right back out to the field and build their way into a crime scene analyst. We're also working with Capitol Police on how we can do additional training with our crime scene investigators. They have actual certified investigators to get our officers more engaged at that level, to use skills very differently than we've ever done before. We've looked at our budgets, particularly in our grants for the first time, to find money for training for them to go out of state training. Our homicide investigators, those who do domestic violence, and our intel analysts just got back from it as well. As you, can I do one more thing? Yes. And the final part of that is, what are we doing for retention?
Yes.
We have not had a sergeant's test in the last 6 years. And so we had that before council, to be able to do that, and met with the commission today so that we can fully roll out a sergeant's test, followed by a lieutenant's opportunity, so that we can legitimize and support and develop professional staff, as well as the ability to promote up.
Okay, just a real quick question. What are your top 2 strategies to get more folks in?
So there's a combination of the top 2 strategies. One is The reason we are so heavily pursuing the Model Cities Initiative grant is it's for the first time that it allows you to do things like modernize facilities that would not be modernized before. So technology, our more youthful individuals, they want to have the equipment. They want the vehicles, they want the drones, they want the intelligence equipment. We need to be able to offer them that is the first one. The second one is, how do we put together, Captain Abraham Thompson just suggested that, is there a possibility that we do a regional recruitment team in which all of us through the region now start to work together to identify recruits for the entire area? You bring together all of your resources, and then you present as a regional opportunity to do that. With also the modernization of the grants for our ballistics and our analysts, we are now trying to recruit the top individuals through having the equipment for them to do the work and to do the job. So one of it is a regional recruitment strategy, and the other one is also you have to create retention opportunities so they become the ambassadors for people who want to come to the job. The best salesperson is the person who's currently in the position to do that.
Are you going to local colleges and things of that nature, trying to actively recruit, or having some, job fair, or, I mean, is that a part of the strategy?
In the 4 months that I've been here, I have not been to recruitment job fairs, but there's also the thing to understand. Recruiting job fairs are not the same recruiting job fairs from the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. It's a very different strategy for recruitment. We need to go to places where people are who also need good jobs, good health care, and good pensions. And those aren't typically at your four-year colleges where they can afford to pay someone who has a bachelor's degree and compete with private industry. I'm never going to be able to compete with private industry who can offer someone with a bachelor's degree and an office $60,000, and I'm going to offer you $50,000 after taxes, take home, and travel, probably closer to $40,000 that you're bringing home. So my recruitment strategies are, where do we go where we typically don't go before? You know where that is? That are places like the Red Lobsters, the IHOPs, the churches on Sundays, where people are looking for jobs and opportunities. That's going to places like your daycare centers, your child care centers, and your senior centers, where people also have dropping off. We're also looking at a salary increase as well with the MCI grants. And then with the MCI Model Cities initiatives and grants, we understand that those cannot be a 3-year and then we're in the same problem that we had before. We have to be able to build in salaries that can last us into 10, 11, and 12 years from now. So those are the opportunities. The other thing that we're looking at too is we have started having conversations in an MOU with Delta Tech so that they can be part of the JPD experience. Delta Tech, they do trades, and how do you expose people to your trade? Well, they work on we're hoping they can work on things like our air conditionings, our heatings, and they get that opportunities there. And then, as you also know, building up a cadet program is always the best way when you reach the person at a first-year level. And that part of those conversations, we just met with JPS about how we can interact and connect with our students sooner.
So all these strategies will net us an increase.
There is no strategy that is guaranteed to net anybody an increase, sir.
Okay. Well,
But you can put your best foot forward.
I'm just looking at 221, I think, and we need to figure something out that's going to bring some more boots in.
Well, once we opened up our portal and actually started advertising for detention officers, for EOC officers, for crime analysts, financial analysts, we're actually getting applications. The problem is our portals were closed for a very long period of time, and there was nothing that you could do to quickly onboard somebody. The onboarding process can take a while here at the city of Jackson. So that's why we're doing a different strategy to pull applications faster and sooner.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Brown Thomas?
Just to piggyback on what Councilman Hartley was saying, what strategy are we using for the people that left for God knows what reason? We have good people that left that didn't want to leave, but they left. What strategy is we using to try to get some of those people back?
So I'm not familiar with the good people who left and how we're going to go out and recruit them strategy, but here's the thing. At every meeting, you hear me saying to whoever walks up to me, you know we're hiring. It's the first words out of my mouth everywhere that we go. You know we're hiring. There are opportunities for everyone else. What I would say to those persons that if you are interested in going back or coming back to JPD, know that what I have found is extremely disheartening in the 4 months that I have been here. There have been a lot of people who have left JPD and have come back, and they've come back in positions of supervisory positions, they've come back in detective positions, they've come back in other positions, and they're not coming back to patrol. Do you know how disheartening and demoralizing that is for a person who's still here and trying to do the work, but we allow someone to bypass every other process to find themselves in this space? What I would tell anyone who is interested in coming back to JPD, the first way that you're going to come back is through that front door at one of the precincts. And if that's not something that you value, or you think that you're coming back in at a sergeant's or a lieutenant's position, you're coming back in investigations, that really can be demoralizing for a person who wants an opportunity, sees a pathway for themselves, but they're not going to be given that. So if there's anyone who's interested in coming back, again, we're hiring. I think. I think. I think. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Griselle?
if I may, I just want to clarify because nobody has clarified for the chief yet. No one from the council stipulated that positions that there was no hiring for JPD or JFD. So I'm not sure where that breakdown was. Our first responders are always first, then public works and so on. But we never said freeze those positions. We never said stop hiring. So let's put that to rest right now. Go get them.
Yeah, I mean, I've been putting it to rest and have said, we've heard this in council. They are on record. But I don't know if it really is still getting out. Literally, when we were posting positions, I was getting resistance and said, just put it in the queue, just post it, and then let us figure it out. But if you're not going to post it for us, that's a difficulty for us. So I appreciate that, Councilman Griselle. We have been touting that. Again, we're now trying to play catch up in what was a culture or even a false misunderstanding of what could be.
Mr. Eiley, you mentioned you have one final question?
Yeah, just one final, Chief. And I'm sure.
And feel free to call up Public Works next, anytime soon.
Just one, and we thank the men and women that are out there doing that job, beating the streets, making it happen, putting up with traumatic situations in our city. And I'm hoping that, we are taking care of their mental illness and their stress and everything to make them whole. If you would, and I'm sure you'll be back before this committee, because as we process this, we'll probably have some additional questions. But one thing, if you could include those performance indicators, crime stats, all across the board, whatever metrics you use, please provide that to us. Thank you.
And if I can just have a caveat, I believe that I got an email that, Mayor, the team that you have in, Michael Thomas, is actually interested in meeting with us and talking about key performance indicators, KPIs. And then again, I said, we need to understand what are we actually measuring. What are we actually measuring? One, is crime reduction really a key performance indicator, or is fear of crime a better performance indicator? Because numbers, none of us really can control the numbers, no matter what we say, because we still cannot understand why crime has gone down significantly in certain areas across the entire nation. Not every chief is getting it right. Not every police department is getting it right, but something is happening that is outside the purview or the influence of law enforcement. And so First thing I would always say is agreeing on what those key performance indicators are, and are they measuring the thing that we're really attempting to measure, and are the things we're doing getting us to the desired outcomes. What I can suggest to you is that we can put together the approaches that we're using to address certain crimes, violent crimes, and fear of crime, and then, much like anything else, we'll do a response. But we're probably not going to see anything that shows us in the last 4 months that I've been here, what does next year look like? I also would tell individuals when we're looking at crime stats, we tend to do things like compare crime stats from last year to this year, or the year before that, or the year before that, and we don't do that in context. We just put the number up there. There are a lot of things that we do not include in crime stat numbers that influence that year numbers and what those look like. And oftentimes I tell people, tell the story, set the context first, and then look at the numbers and the impact it may be having.
Okay, I just, you know, instead of measuring, and I understand you're looking at strategies, but eventually we're going to have to get down to numbers and how we're doing and if those strategies are actually working or not. And that's what the people is going to be asking us about. And so I appreciate anything you can come up with for us to measure the metrics. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Mr. Foote, Mr. Griselle, Ms. Brown-Thomas, is there any other questions you have, statements you'd like to make?
I don't have anything else today. I know we have to finish up with the other departments, but I do think we need to invite Chief Brackney back.
We'd love to have her.
She'd love to show.
Thank you, Mr. Griselle. Mr. Foote, I see you took yourself off mute.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I don't have any more questions at this point in time. I appreciate her efforts so far since she's been here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Chief. We will hear from Public Works next. I will also entertain, yes, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple, this has been a long briefing, so I won't belabor the points. The Chief has given a very thorough presentation of her budget challenges and the challenges of running a department that has the complexities that Jackson Police Department has and the challenges that we have in those complexities. We're at a $4 million gap in terms of what's been proposed for the budget versus getting us back to where we are today, to the 26 budget. So that's our first challenge. And then the other challenge is how do we build upon that to deal with animal control, to deal with emergency operations, to deal with the 51 officers that we need as sworn officers on our payroll and on the streets of Jackson, the overtime issues. We need equipment badly. Our fleet and rolling stock is woefully inadequate right now. It's aged, it's very old, and we need to find ways to replace that. We've got to get technology under our belt. We've got to come into the 21st century and our use of technology to do crime fighting and public safety. We've got to upgrade our facilities. They're in horrible shape. And we also have to deal with the unreimbursed services that we face every day. One thing that we haven't spent a lot of time talking about today is that there is going to be an increase and enhanced role for the Jackson Police Department as it relates to dealing with the unhoused. Now, we're going to be looking at this program Clutch that we're trying to implement, and it's going to cost us $10 million to cover two years worth of expense. I'm not sure if that $10 million includes enhanced support that can go to the police department as they get involved with dealing with unhoused. And that's why we are looking and being very aggressive in going after, again, grants and other opportunities. We have a major grant opportunity that we are vigorously pursuing and trying to get ready for submission. But we can't depend on that. We cannot depend on it because it's going to be very competitive. All these grants are very, very competitive. And so we can't rely on that and hope, wing and a prayer that that's going to come through for us. If it does, we've got manna from heaven. But we've got to figure out how we can prioritize this general fund budget. And in the assumption or the likelihood that that's what we're going to be dealing with. And so we got $4 million plus just to get us back to this year. And then we've got the challenge of 51 new officers that we need to hire. So I just wanted to personally thank the chief for her and her staff's efforts to evaluate this budget, to figure out where the holes are, where there are things that we can improve upon, but also ways that we can tighten our belt and be creative about how we go about setting up this budget. But we got some tough decisions to make.
Absolutely.
We got some really tough
Can I-
decisions to make.
Can I ask a question to the mayor and the chief briefly?
Yes, sir. Mr. Foote, I recognize you.
Thank you. So the $32.9 million that the chief said was the budget for this coming year, does that money pay for 275 officers if we are fortunate enough to hire them? Yes or no?
Rochelle Rackney, Chief of Police. No, sir. The budget that we were offered at 32.9 puts us at freezing, and we hire no one moving forward.
For clarity.
Well, then
this
that's a no-go in my mind. That we either got to put a budget down that we're going to hire the officers, or if we freeze it at 221, then all our talk about hiring officers is for naught. I mean, so you bring us a budget that
Well, Mr. Foote, for clarity,
yeah.
for clarity, we discussed this at the beginning. So
Yeah, sorry.
the administration presented each department head a top line number, and in this case, for chief of police, it was $32,994,200. And my understanding is departments were told, you can set how you want to set it within this top line number, but this is the top line number that we're expecting you to go to.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure I understand. So that does not include money for the additional 51 officers. Okay.
Right. And the chief
That's a real head
at the
scratcher.
beginning, it wouldn't be her desire,
Okay.
but it is not
Okay.
her ideal. But
All right. Well, I just want to make sure I understand it. I'm not trying to, poke anybody, unnecessarily, but that's a real challenge. I appreciate everybody's efforts. I've got to run. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Foote. Okay, well, we are about to shift to Public Works, but in the meantime, I will entertain a motion for a recess. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 3 years, whatever people are feeling.
Mr. Chair,
Okay,
I
why don't
move
we, we're gonna call a 7-minute recess.
7 minutes. Students only get 5 minutes to go to class. Did the lights go down?
Can you see us okay, Griselle, or does it look awful?
It looks awful and very dim. Somebody get Kevin. At least we know they work.
In case of fire, you're good.
Noted.
All right. I think it is about time for us to reconvene. We have one final department to review today. And that's Public Works. Before I turn it over to Mr. Anderson, I'll ask a favor of my colleagues. So as part of this, we're definitely going to review the budget. And then, you know, as customary, we're going to talk about the department as a whole and talk about the areas we're responsible for, the strengths, opportunities, all of that good stuff. We might bring up particular projects. My request is that we don't spend the time reviewing every single pothole that is in each one of our wards. I think you can talk about your favorite one. I'm not going to censor anybody, but just being mindful of time, I'd encourage us as much as possible to focus on the budget and focus on the big picture. And a project or two might come up, but I would just encourage us not to delve into every public works request that we have. But I think without further ado, I'm excited to turn it over to Director Anderson and review the budget presentation.
Good afternoon. Lorenzo Anderson, Public Works Director. Before I get started, I would like to introduce Public Works as first responder also on a bunch of issues. I'd like to thank our staff to make everything happen. I would not be a Public Works Director without them. I have a great staff, and I'd like to let them know that I appreciate everything they do within budget and going above and beyond.
Do you want to introduce them?
Oh, my staff, we have, I think, Mrs. Cynthia Staffney and we have James Caldwell, Deputy Director. To let you know on a couple of accomplishments, we have over 145 million in capital improvement projects that we're working on. Also, we have 34.6 million in investments for the 96 miles of Jackson roadways. And third, we have $1.4 million in blight elimination, just to give you an overview of Public Works. With these capital improvement projects, I know we're going over general funds, but the general fund does support that as far as all these capital improvement projects. Our stormwater, our drainage, and our paving have to be involved in making repairs before some of these infrastructure projects. There's a lot of coordination going on in these. You all should have a copy of, do you all have a copy? Okay. You can see, I'll go straight to it. I know it's been a long day. So you can see on the front page, I want to first go over the staffing comparison for the Finance Committee, the organizational chart, the comparison of the multi-year budget, and our drainage and paving, wage competitiveness, and also at the end, you can see appendix A through G. I'm sure we'll have some questions, but just to give you an overview, on page 2, you can see, make sure I'm speaking into this. You can see the organizational chart is paving, drainage, engineering, care and maintenance as buildings, traffic, fleet, solid waste, that's mostly debris, new acquired parks, and admin. Also on that page, you can see the proposed positions to keep. You can see the 8 divisions. On the next page, page 2, you can see the multi-year budget comparison. Pretty much this is the meat and potatoes of our budget. We're going line by line item for traffic, paving, and drainage. If you look on page, I'm pretty sure we'll come back to that again, but the total number on that is on page 6. And put in summation, administration has requested and CFO has requested we reduce our budget to $14,250,000. Now the 26 budget was $22 million. That's a reduction of $8 million. I'm requesting $16 million being full staff and targeted raises. I'll explain that later on how these numbers meet. Also on page 6, you can see personnel service, traffic, paving, and traffic is traffic signals, is traffic signs, and traffic markings. I'm taking all of this into consideration from over the 10 months that I've been here of the request from the council and the citizens where they've constantly requested items through 311, in person, or neighborhood meetings. I will skip over the targeted raises part. If you go to let's start on page 9. Public works are important in the quality of life of Jackson. When someone comes to Jackson, first thing they're going to say is driving the streets, potholes, drainage, trees, anything they're dealing with, infrastructure, traffic lights, flooding, anything of that nature. So I'm proposing, based on the number of calls they receive, the area that we have to cover. Jackson's around 111 square miles. Atlanta's 138 square miles. So just compare that to the size of Jackson. With the current infrastructure that we have, as far as personnel, I recommend that we up our crews as far as increasing the crews. It will increase the response time. We receive over 7,000 311 calls. I went through the 311. We're performing at approximately 60% on the basis of personnel. I would like to increase that for the response time by increasing the personnel. And every year that we do not increase personnel or increase the response time, that tally is constantly going up. We're constantly making a queue of going behind. So if we want to get, I would say, a black year, as far as not being a red, we have to increase personnel, or some technology has to come where we're responding to the services that the citizen is requesting of us. On page 9, you can see I'm on an excavator crew, a backhoe crew, a pumping truck, a bridge crew, tree removal crew, and two jet truck crews This will allow us to have a constant jet truck vacuum out the storm drains. That's a critical role in the drainage infrastructure. Also, right now we have one working street sweeper, and I'm asking that we go to two. At the size of Jackson, one street sweeper going 10, 15 miles an hour, it will take a long time before it has to cover the whole city, especially even if you take care of the major arterials and collector streets. Sorry. On page 11, I go to paving. Currently, we have only 15 people in paving. Everyone knows all the number of pothole requests, cutout requests that we receive. If you only had 2 people per ward, that would be not enough to cover the city of Jackson. So what I'm asking is have 6 crews, 6 field crews. Also a pothole response crew, 4 of them. A patching crew, 3 combined, and a neighborhood paving team. Now, we currently have a paver, but we don't have the people to operate it all the time. We have a partnership with Hines County. They have their own paver. They have a paving team. I think we will save a lot of money using other resources that we use. We use MDOT money. We use CCID money. We use 1% money. That money would go faster if we have a paving team where during the summer, that's mostly what they do, is pave. So I'm asking from 15 to 45. On page 13, where we're calling the Ground Preservation Division in Blight. Now we have to, thankful to the council, you all approved $1.4 million in equipment for Blight. Blight considered, demolition of houses, grown up lots, grown up grass on the right of way, anything you can see when you come to the city, it just doesn't look right. So it may be straightened up a sign, it may be a hanging pole, something like that. Not that we can change energy poles, but something we can do as far as cutting around it, things like that. As you can see, how many crews I've listed on page 13. 3 crews for the skid steer, 1 crew for the excavator crew, 1 for the mini excavator, and 1 hauling crew, 1 mowing grounds crew, and the logistics supervisor will be in-house. This way, currently, we're trying to use the Parks and Rec crew, which they're maintaining 52 parks already, so they cannot work simultaneously. That cannot happen. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul, because if you take away the Parks and Rec crew, then the parks will start growing up. If you work all the way on Blight, you're not getting the most bang for your buck. I'm trying to keep this short because I know we've been here a while. I'm trying to go over my top 3 priorities. On page 16, the 3rd priority is traffic. Right now, we're understaffed with traffic. We don't have 3 full crews. We need 3 full crews as far as a sign crew. We need a crew for paving marking, and we need a full crew for traffic signal. Currently, we have 1 person in paving marking. We have 2 people in traffic signal. And I think we have 2 in sign installation. Now, when we do paving marking, we have to take the people from traffic signals and sign to help with the paving marking. And we don't have a machine properly to do the arterial streets and collector streets. That way, if we invest in what I call a painting machine that's truck mounted, is around $550,000. we can make it safe. I think it's a liability for us not to pave these, these paving markings, because you have some streets at night, it's hard to see where you either going in the right direction or you're in the turn lane. So I'd like to make that priority. Also, in traffic control, the traffic signals. We are looking at hiring another engineer, as far as either hire an engineer or contract it out where we can adjust some of these timings. The city of Jackson has over 300 traffic signals. It's hard to maintain. The two people that we have are doing a great job in maintaining what we have, as far as using other signals to support the broken signals. They have an inventory of old signals. They try to pretty much use that and see what can fit. But overall, they're still behind, because at any point in time, we may have 10 signals out at one time. Maybe a flasher. It may be someone came in 2 o'clock in the morning and hit a pole. But these are the two people that has to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and respond to the police or the fire when it happens, or accident. And I just like that to be. It's a 24-hour crew, and it's a lot on two people. That'll be my introduction. One thing also is solid waste. I know we're in the process of opening up the landfill. Now, currently, what we call the street team, they're people that came from the landfill. So for us to properly operate the landfill through DEQ regulations, we have to maintain, keep it covered every day. Now, once we take those people from the street team and maintain the landfill, we have less service, I would say, to pick up debris on the side of the road, because we only have 2 knuckle broom trucks. It's the same issue as the street sweeper. The size of Jackson, 2 knuckle broom trucks is not sufficient. We need 6. We probably could live with 4 at least to keep up the amount of debris that's on the ground. With that said, take any questions, or if I miss anything, please let me know.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for presenting. And as always, I'll begin by opening it up to my colleagues.
I would just like to say I understand that we need a lot of things with public work. We appreciate the job you're doing, and hopefully we can supply some of the things that you need, especially like painting lines, fixing potholes, et cetera, and continue to work with the county and the state and get the city to look like a presentable city.
Thank you, Ms. Clay. Mr. Hartley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned you need a paving team. So we don't have the equipment, we don't have the paving vehicle right now. I think you said 500,000.
Your pavement marking. It's a truck-mounted painting machine where you have to have a 4-person operation, someone driving the truck, someone in the back, and someone behind it and in front. You can see we use the same team. We had to contract it out when we painted downtown area. You may have seen that truck, but
Yeah, and they did a pretty good job and was really quick on it too. I think it was before a major event. Is it better to use a contractor for that, or to get 4 people that we're gonna have to pay insurance and get the vehicle and maintenance and whole nine?
it's a city of our size. We need a
We
crew,
need a dedicated
because,
team.
It can go up to I would say to paint downtown was $300,000, $400,000.
Oh,
So
okay.
and that was only probably a mile and a half. So just add that
So
up to 1,000.
So it's more cost efficient if we have our own team then.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and traffic, you said you need 3 full crews.
Yes, sir, that was including the pavement markers.
Okay.
The 3 crews will be traffic signs. We have a lot of signs, people steal them, people hit them. To put the signs back up in a reasonable manner. Also, we need to fund the manufacturing part of that because we can make our own signs. Right now, we're contracting it out, and it's costing the city more than it would if we make our own signs. So they
I
need to be a
agree.
full-time crew. The pavement markings, that's the painting, and also the traffic signal crew.
Okay.
So those are 3 crews.
Yeah, and I agree. I remember when we did make a lot of our own signs. I went over to the sign shop and they were staffed then, but now nothing. The core equipment for a city this size, what are some of the weak areas that we have to fill? I know you came in, you've had experience on a county level, you've been a public works director on a city level, and then you come to Jackson, and so what are we missing here? There should be things that we routinely know we have to have, and personnel we know we have to have for a city of this size. So, any ideas?
I would say
there?
the top 5, if I can, would be jet truck. You need a functioning jet truck. You need knuckle boom trucks, especially with the number of trees that Jackson has.
And we have a couple with solid waste, right?
Yes, we have.
Relatively new.
We have 2. But we need 4 at least to be working at all times.
So we need 2 more.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And also, I would say street sweeper. It keeps debris out of the storm drain.
Don't we have a street sweeper?
We need more. We have 1.
We have 1, and it's pretty
We
good
have
shape.
1 and a half, right?
1.5. I guess the half really don't.
Yeah, we have 2 broken, so.
Can we get those fixed, or do we need to just write them off, sell them, scrap them out? What?
They're down more than they're functioning, so I would say also part of my presentation doing lease purchase for all this. If
Okay.
That way it won't hurt the general fund as much.
Right.
It's a lease purchase. If let's say we're asking for $5 million in equipment for the general fund, it will be probably 1.1 million if you fund it for 5 years. That way, it won't hurt the general fund because I think in the past we have done some lease purchase, but mostly we just buy things outright.
Okay, and again, maybe you can just come up with a list online, offline, just send it to me. But there are, and I speak now with another hat on at head of the Public Works Committee, there are basic things that a city needs to function.
Yes.
And you coming in from the outside, I'm sure you saw a lot of those weak spots. If we can identify those things on a recurring basis, that we just basic operation.
Yes.
And I'll be willing to support that. Another question, well, signs. Speaking of signs, in some areas of town, there are folks that say get a little relaxed behind the wheel, and they're plowing down our signs. And that's a big problem. I see that all over. And is there anything else we can do, stronger concrete around them, or is there anything else we can do?
No.
Because they're knocking down these signs everywhere.
Yeah, part of it is accidents, part of it is vandalism, part of it is
Drinking and driving.
Yes, and weather, The sign probably been up there 30, 40 years before somebody touched it.
Right.
So eventually, a storm come through and blow it, and somebody see it down, and they pick it up. But that was something I can look into to do something more permanent. But a lot of these signs, I think the infrastructure, I think signs would be the number of signs that we have. There'll be a lot to do concrete.
Okay. Another question, litter control. Big issue around the city. How is our litter control campaign? And can we look at strategies from other municipalities that can help educate people? And I think we're really lacking there. For instance, just a what if we had no littering signs on a lot of our fast food places by the checkout window. Of course, we have to get with their organization, their companies, but just one thing at a time to let folks know that, hey, this is our property, this is our heritage, and we have to make it look as good as possible and stop littering. I know you got plenty of plans. We got the roll-off dumpster days. We got 2 days a week trash pickup. Folks can carry a bag in their car and throw the litter in there. Yet we have litter that we have to pay additional costs to combat.
Yes.
And so I think we really need to do a push on the litter outreach program. And just one other question here, parks. Your crews go out and do you know about size acreage that you guys are cutting? Because this is, we have what, 54 parks? 52 parks. Well, that's a strain. Is there, and I believe we've asked the director of Human and Cultural Services to come up with that list, and hopefully you can just work with her. So if we can reduce the number of parks, then that's a little bit more manpower to do other things.
Yes, sir. I think that's a good idea. As the city changes, I think at some point, we may have a population in the area that supported the park. But I think as the demographics of the city change and that you probably have to, and we probably have to do it on the streets, a bunch of the infrastructure is downsized. I think that was part of the Jackson Rising plan that sometimes you just can't support it. And they go for the traffic lights, the parks, anything. It may have been a grocery store there. It may have been, a church there that used the park a long time ago. But as the development changed, I think, the taxes will change also. And so we have to change our personnel to fit what we can maintain.
And that core word, right size. We got to come up with some right size. And I think I had just one other question. Engineer. How many engineers do we have in Public Works right now?
I'm the only engineer. We have an engineer manager, Dr. Chia.
But you're
That's
it. So
That's
we
it.
need engineering support.
Yes. We
Is
have an architectural engineer for buildings, but.
Is that in the budget?
Yes, that's already in the budget, but we
Okay.
need another. City of Jackson used to have 12 engineers. So we're down to 3. So, yeah, we need support. We have over $145 million worth of infrastructure projects going on, and that's not even including the buildings. So with the buildings, it's a lot to manage.
I can imagine. And engineering surveys and drawings, and you have to sign off on a lot of that. That's quite a task.
Yes, sir.
And I know you don't have time because you're entertaining calls from the council.
Right.
But we appreciate it there, Mr. Anderson, and I'm sure we'll be back with other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hartley. Ms. Clay, I see you're off mute. Are you seeking recognition? Maybe your phone's just off mute, just because. Okay. Mr. Griselle, did you have anything? I'm happy to ask questions, but I don't want to cut off anyone.
I'm thinking. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just had a few questions. So on page 11, just as an example, I was having a difficult time following. You said that there's currently a crew of 15 as it relates to paving, but you were proposing 45. How do you see, where am I looking at that says 15?
On page 2.
Oh, I thought you said page 11.
Oh, on page 11, that's the new crew.
That's your ideal.
Yes. You can see it says function, and then it says today proposed. You have 8 crews.
But
4
this is that
crews.
you have 31 under today, like total field crews, you have 31 staff.
Oh, that's not correct. Sorry. That should be 15 altogether.
So 6 crews, but 15 total?
Yes. We don't have a neighborhood. We don't have a neighborhood paving crew.
Okay. Will you verify, did you use will you verify the numbers in this? Will you verify the numbers in this
Oh, yes.
document? Okay, thank you. And please issue a correction if there's anything else that's wrong.
Yes.
Thank you. The other big thing that I want to understand, let me see where it is. Even, can we go on page 1? Is currently authorized, to understand that we have 2 to 4 people in the director's office, and of those, one of them is filled. Is that what currently authorized and currently filled means? Is this a way for me to see current levels of vacancies?
I think it's an asterisk by there. In the director's office is myself, 2 physical officers, and I had administrative assistant, but I think that one currently filled, that's to be currently filled if we can go within the budget. I'm not filling that position right now. It's vacant. Myself, that's and 2 physical officers, and 1 executive administrative assistant. No, it's 4. I have myself as public works director, 2 physical officers, that's 3, and then the executive administrative assistant, they'll make 4, but that's not filled. Right.
There's you and 2 fiscal officers.
Yes.
That's 3.
Right. The only one that's not filled is the executive administrative assistant.
I'm sorry if I'm missing something. When I look at that, I see that there's 1 position filled.
Put 3.
Put 3.
Yes.
Will you please verify the entire document and make sure that all the figures in this document are correct?
You see the next column, it says 3. Yes.
But I read that as to say, like, let's go to the next line, for example. You're saying that there is 45 people budgeted currently, there's 45 spots, and we've filled 15 of those spots. And then I'm showing that net versus filled.
Yeah, we need to get to 45. Yes.
Okay, so then let's go back up to the one before. So net versus filled is not the current number of people in the office.
Yeah, that first line was incorrect where it says, I could go line by line. The director's office has 3 people currently in field positions. We need we have 1 position that's vacant. Paving has 15 positions currently that's budgeted. Drainage has 27. I'm in the 3rd column. Engineering has 8. Carrier maintenance has 41. And traffic has 8 positions.
So care and maintenance, you have 42 spots. You filled 41 of the 42, and your proposal is to have 38.
Yeah, that's so we can pay for, we have positions. Some of these positions are not filled.
One of them is not filled, is that correct?
No. Yes, that's correct. And so traffic is the same way, where you have 8 positions.
So we have 9 vacancies
Right.
currently, but you're proposing that we just go to 12, which means we would only need an additional 4.
And then fleet, that should be 6, because we have a fleet manager that, we have to hire. But when I'm looking at budget, I'm looking at positions. My budgeted positions.
Please verify the numbers in the entirety of the document, if you could. Please, yes.
Mr. Chair, something I want you to somewhat include as you go back through this document, and that is we have a set amounts that we're going to need for crews. If there are any approximations for contracts, please be able to show that we're going to be able to save money, if you don't mind, to help your cause. Show that, hey, look, once we do this in-house, we're spending X amount of dollars too much to hire an outside person to do this. And if you could kind of tease that out and come back with some figures there. Okay, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I don't understand the charts on page, I simply don't understand the charts on page 3 through, I guess, 3 through 5.
Yes, that's the multi-year comparison. If you look at this is a breakdown of all of our services for divisions. I can start on page 5 and work my way back. Well, actually page 6. If you look at page 6 at the top, that's the end of the chart. All of those columns add up to $14,250,000. That's the proposed budget. And you look at the last column where it says full staff targeted with raises, it's $16,222,000. On page 4, which is tied to the appendix, and for paving and drainage, that's getting the personnel up to 45.
What page is paving and draining?
Page 4, 22. You can see where on one line item 145, 124, it says paved streets. On page 4, it's the
Okay,
last column.
SBD paved street personnel service.
Yes,
Okay.
that's to get to 45 for a fully functional crew.
So the last column, if I'm understanding this correct, where it says full staff plus targeted raises, are the additional funds that you would require beyond what's in the FY27 proposed?
Yes, sir.
And so if we go back to page 5 and we see that it's not 16 million in addition to the 14 million, what you're saying is if instead of approving the budget for 14 million, we gave you 16 million, this is what would be included.
Yes, sir.
Have you been able to run these figures by Ms. Caldwell or anyone in the finance office?
No, I use the loader that they receive. With loaders, we have all the personnel and use the average salary for those positions. You know, some may differ because
Sure.
of experience. I use that to come up with the number for that $2 million.
Does that, I'm not familiar with this program, but does that include benefits and all of those things? So this would be a realistic number, so there wouldn't be any other expenses that we might be missing or anything of that sort. I'm talking about, so it looks like, if you look at do you have a document that Mr. Lorenzo, Mr. Anderson passed out? Okay, it's up there. Will you scroll a little bit down, please?
Page 6.
Either right there, perfect. So I think what Mr. Anderson is saying is that even though he's been asked to propose a budget for $14 million, he has proposed a budget for $16 million, which gotta, shoot your shot, gotta respect the hustle. But my question is, in doing so, he was saying, we're gonna hire this many more people. I just wanna make sure in doing that, you've connected with someone in the office or used a tool or something to make sure that we weren't just, in other words, he wasn't saying, oh, if we just add these many more salaries, we'll get to the 16 million. Because as we know, it's a lot more than just the salaries. So does that number include salaries, fringe, retirement, the health insurance, all the things that it takes to hire someone? That's not just salaries.
No, so I use the total number. The total number is everything added up, the fringe benefits. Usually if they get paid $30,000 with all the fringe benefits, it's like 30% more than that. So it's usually around about 40, 45.
So this is a tool that department directors have.
I can confirm with the CFO.
Okay, so this is a tool that they have to make forecasts to say if I add this many staff members, how much more will it cost me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So the one thing, please.
Just wanna be clear, Jillian Caldwell, CFO. The $14,250,000 does include fringe benefits, all those additional costs, related to salaries. I will work with Director Anderson to determine if his request to increase, if they include those additional benefits as well. Our tool does allow us to forecast the salaries with the additional costs.
Great. Mr. Anderson, I'll tell you the same thing that I have told many, many other directors as well. Nobody here is going to argue with the need. And we want to hear your needs and what you have in the department. And if you tell us that there's $16.2 million worth of needs that you have, we want to be able to support you with that. But right now, we have a budget that sets you at 14.2, and frankly, as we've talked about, we probably have to cut some already from some places. So if we want to add additional things, we need a paving crew, we need this, we need that. We want to hear that, but with that information, we're either going to have to take it from somewhere else in your department, or we're going to have to cut it. Because I think, again, just to make clear, it's not like we have most of the budget set, but we have an additional $50 million, and it's like, what are we going to do with that $50 million? We have said we're going to collect this much money, and we have budgeted for that much money. So if we want to say, but actually we need this here, and that here, that's fine, we could do that, but that's got to come from somewhere else. And so you're proposing more, but I don't hear any, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding. There's nowhere else in your department that can be cut. So you're saying that we've got to take from Human Resource Services or planning or police or fire or someone else in order to get to the 16.2 million?
No, sir. As I stated, we started off with approved budget for 22 million. So that's a 40% cut, 35, 40% cut in public works from what we thought we needed. And to cut 40% is a lot, So it's a lot to understand, to digest, but I want to know the services that we're going to, the city is going to receive at $14 million. We're not going to be able to do the striping. We're not going to be able to have the response, I think. But I know it's a tough decision, and I know the council looked at every department. So I understand that, and I think it's good that, it's an open session so we can we can look at everybody and see where everybody is at. I mean, it's a team, but I'm just, fighting for public works, and, I'm responsible for making sure the quality of life and the potholes, the traffic lights, everything is drainage and flooding. Just keep it a priority that, we're going to be within our means, wherever the council approves, but we're going to fight for to make the quality of life better for, the citizens.
Thank you. Mr. Hartley?
Yes, Mr. Anderson. Do you factor in the 311 calls, concerns into any of these prioritizations?
Yes, and on the neighborhood meetings, I encourage everyone to use the 311 because that's what I use to come up with the numbers as far as how many calls we're receiving for drainage, how many calls we're receiving for potholes. With that, we do receive a lot of calls that don't come through 311, but it's like a base. Like I said, we receive between 6,000 to 7,000, 311 calls. So it's about 85.
Is that in Public Works?
Yeah, that's just in public works. So, and then we respond to, like I say, 60% of it. I understand the frustration on, not getting to the other 40%. And that's why, I propose what I'm proposing, but I understand, the money, you just can't create money. But I do use that number, like you said, but we around about 60% of responding.
Okay. And another question. Some of the equipment is going to address safety needs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, like I got neighborhoods where vegetation is growing out into the streets, 6 feet. You going into the other lane. Now that's a safety concern, and there's a liability issue for the city as well. So I'm hoping that you will find some kind of way to prioritize these needs. Like the chairman said, we can't meet them all, but I would draw the line at a lot of the safety issues because that's going to get us in trouble. And then also, I need for you to be thinking collectively about our weak spots. We as a city this size, what are the core equipment needs that we have? And in Blythe, that's one thing that we are vigorously pursuing money on. And we almost ready to have something to present to the administration for its document that the city can use. We'll turn it over to the administration, but that we can use to go after a lot of funding. And that's what we have in mind. So please, the safety issues, someone is driving in oncoming traffic and stuff, even if it's in the neighborhood, that's a problem. Right. And that needs to be prioritized. And then a lot of these other things, I wish we had street sweepers, going up and down my streets. I've only seen it once, probably the last year over in my neighborhood, along Bobby Rush Boulevard. I was happy to see that. So if you would, going forward, let's look at safety. Let's look at, the 311, what folks are talking about. Let's look at the need for core equipment. Because I know you came in here and there was a lot of stuff that we didn't have. You mentioned the side cutters.
Yes, sir.
That's in here, right?
Yes, sir. It's on appendix. I think it's on the Blight appendix C on page 13.
Right. Yes.
We have 3 side cutters we're proposing. I think they're $215,000 each. That's to mow. You see, I think they extend about 20 feet, where you can't get to with a bush hog.
Right.
These are things that will help improve the city. We get a bunch of calls, and like you said, to the day-to-day, I'm trying to get some of our people to have functioning cars that have air in them. So I put that in appendix 2. That's not including the 16 million. So I have a capital outlay budget also, which I'm pretty sure all the other departments are asking for too. And just keep in mind, my top priorities are to have the people that we currently have now in working vehicles, because we have from 1999 to 2005. I can send you a list of the vehicles that we have and how old they are. We're trying to make it work, But at some point, we're gonna get to a point where none of them working, and we just need to gradually increase our fleet every year. I know we have new equipment, but we have existing equipment that we need to replace, and buildings also. I had put that in the appendix as far as carry maintenance.
And I think, colleagues, we're having to rebuild Public Works. There was a lot of contracts out there, and folks were doing a little this, doing a little that. But we need somebody, we need staff. We need people that are serious about taking care of the public works around the city. And the folks are calling for it. One other thing. I'll come back to it, please, go ahead.
Okay. Vacuum truck? Are vacuum trucks working?
One.
It is working now.
No, it's in the shop now, right? Well, Mr.
Question.
I always forget his name, the guy that volunteers to clean up.
Lockwood?
Lockwood, yes. He tried to get, every month, he's a volunteer that volunteers around cleaning up storm drains. So we dedicate at least around a month, about 4 to 5 days to follow him. He just texted me yesterday morning and the vac truck was down. So that's why I'm going off of what we were saying. We were trying to schedule something this week, but the vac truck was down. It may be up today, but yesterday it was down. So, but like I said, it's day to day on some of these vehicles, and honestly, it just slows down production. If you have a 2026, you trust it to work, but if you have a 2015, it may work today, it may not work the next day. So it just slows down production. So, and I know we can't afford to have our fleet to 2026 vehicles or models, but to answer your question, we have one, and my proposal is to have two.
Okay. Ms. Brown Thomas?
Okay, this little robot I seen cutting grass out at the golf course. Why don't we utilize that in our parks and stuff also?
We can look into that. I think those are where you have to set a boundary for the robot to read the acreage. Some of these parks, I could look into it because they have playground equipment. They have like a soccer field is better because it's flat, But to go around swings and things like that, I could look at. I know the technology is out there. How much it costs is the.
Don't we have one already? We have one that I seen.
I seen one at the soccer field. It wasn't public.
I seen one at the golf course off of Woodrow Wilson.
Yes, Steve, that's human culture.
And also, when I visited the RTCC, it was lawnmowers in the back. Are those ours or, I mean, not ours, but Public Works? Who lawnmowers are those? And why they not being utilized?
We are in discussion with the police department. Some of their lawnmowers died or someone messed them up. I can't remember which one it is, but they've requested that we cut the grass when they were maintaining the grass the whole time for RTC. And we're working out something where we have a contractor to do it until the meantime where they get it fixed or they start paying for the contract. Because one thing about the grass doesn't care who cut it, it's gonna keep growing. And it's several buildings like that in the city where either that department was cutting the grass and something happened and Public Works has to step in and get it done. But we have our own grass to cut because we're behind on parks and right of way.
But wouldn't it be cheaper, excuse me for cutting you off, wouldn't it be cheaper for us to be using robot? It's cheaper than contracts.
I can look in, it depends on the terrain and it depends on if it's flat. I looked at one for my own yard, to tell you the truth, and looking at how it's set up. I think the technology is improving, but I know some of the robots, you have to set up a boundary for it. setting up their boundary, maybe have to run a wire underground, or they may have improved it where.
Well, I'm not talking about where the swings are. I understand that where the trees are. I'm talking about like our fields, our baseball fields, our soccer fields, because I have plenty of it where the grass stand taller than me.
Yes, ma'am. I'll look into that and see.
Thank you.
And when I come back the next time, I'll have something for you.
Thank you.
President Hartley?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Metrics, it would be helpful if we added that to this presentation. I know in years past, first thing that folks would come up and, hey, this is all the great things we've done. Are you tracking a lot of these activities?
Yes, we track it through, like I said, the 311, things like fleet. We had a meeting with Mr. Michael Thomas a couple months ago, and we were going through KPI. Now we have to go back again on that KPI. I met with all my divisions, and they sent me a report on their KPI as far as how many vehicles we're doing per week. Paving did the same thing, or how many potholes. We have KPI for every division. The one division I would say, and I think the chief mentioned, is the KPI on fleet, where we have a lot of people doing their own thing as far as buildings and fleet, So the division would say, hey, I'm in this building, I'm going to fix my HVAC, that doesn't help the centralizing repairs because I don't know what you're doing.
Right.
And it hurts the KPI because 5 years from now, we don't know they replaced something in that unit. Just for example, also in the vehicle. When I first got here, I was looking for the software that keeps up with every vehicle and with the tag or wherever that's going to identify the vehicle, and found out we have sporadic information. I think we need to have the information for every vehicle, whatever happened to it, how much money we gonna put into it over 20 years. If his vehicle's worth $5,000, we gonna put $15,000, $20,000 in it. We just need to go ahead and deadline that and say, hey, we putting too much money in this vehicle. But we're working on that. I think we had a proposal in asset management tool. We will start talking about the MGL, but we working with the IT now to look for our asset management tools so we can start keeping up with things like that.
Okay, and there used to be something out there, software called Public Works or something, and I'm not sure what happened to that within the city. Just two really quick things. First of all, I know solid waste got some new vehicles in, new trucks, okay? And so I would love to see if, while they're driving those new trucks around, if they pass a tire more than once, they need to get out, throw it in the back of that truck, and take it to where it needs to go. Okay, and that's just one way to fix an issue. Hey, if you're going by it, throw it in the back of that brand new truck with the air conditioning and all the hooplas. Second thing is, you need to take a page from Chief Rashawn. I mean, he got up here and man, he was passionate about the safety concerns, and it's real. But there are also a lot of safety concerns with Public Works, a lot. Sir. The directional arrows, the grass growing out in the streets, there's just a lot. And so, call them up, ask them how you do it.
Yeah, I would just say it only takes one accident, and
that's a lot of money.
And I've been in the meetings where we've had to pay claims for that. And, these meetings are public, so we are on notice at any moment, as soon as we see the 311 about grass growing, traffic lane, a manhole. We have a lot of vandalism about manholes, storm sewer covers. So, but it just takes people to make these services happen in a timely manner. So I appreciate the comments. Also, I'd like to make the statement on keeping up with the asset as far as the GPS, like you said, about the tires. We have brand new trucks. That's part of the asset management tool that we proposed, where we tabled it, but it will be part of the asset management is to put GPS. I think it was 100 GPS locators on trucks and equipment, because we have a lot of equipment also, very expensive equipment. We need to know where it's at all times.
And we're gonna make sure everybody's trained on it so they don't break a $100,000 piece of equipment.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any, I have a few more questions. Okay, I'm gonna ask a couple more questions. Your plan indicates more staffing, and 99% of our city employees are amazing. But every once in a while, I think nothing irks citizens more than when there's a crew of 10 people out on the road, and it appears as though one of the people is working and 9 of the people are watching the person work. If we're gonna increase staffing, we have got to make sure that we have the mechanisms and the supervision and the training and the expectations and the follow through and all the things that go with additional staffing. Sometimes we think we could just cut a check for more people and then all of our problems are solved. More people can add capacity, but it takes capacity to manage that capacity. And so we have, and again, 99% of the people are independent, self-driven people. You don't have to micromanage, you don't have to do any of those things. But it just takes, and especially in the days of social media, it takes one person taking one picture that might not even be the whole truth, but it looks terrible before there's an enormous amount of scrutiny put on the program. So if we are going to vote to increase the staff, we have to be assured that you and your leadership and management team have the skills that it takes, both on the proactive side and on the reactive side, to make sure that those individuals are properly managed and supervised.
Yes, sir. I hear you loud and clear about efficiency. So that's what we're aiming for, is efficiency. We're trying to get better every day in efficiency. That's why we're proposing some of the tools to help increase efficiency, like GIS, GPS. Even if we have to go as far as, I think we got proposed to put video in the cabs, kind of like truck drivers. If we have to go that far, we're going to increase efficiency because, like you said, you all have a tough decision to make on all the departments around the city. So if you decide to approve Public Works, we'll make sure their money put in best use.
And CFO Caldwell, another question I have, we are currently paying the light bill out of planning, is that correct? I think that doesn't make sense to a lot of people. I mean, it feels public worksy, and so again, either way, you're going to pay the same light bill, no matter if it's coming out of that one or that one. So in the end, it doesn't really matter to the bank account. Like the bank account's going to be what the bank account's going to be, but just for reporting purposes. And I don't want to speak on behalf of the council, but how do y'all feel about moving that line item to Public Works? It just seems to be much more aligned to me. Okay, so let's think about doing that. Okay, those are the questions that I had. Is there any other questions or statements?
But I do want to say this. I just want to piggyback on what Councilman Brown Thomas said. That robot, I tested one out down in MML. It's like a Roomba. It'll figure it out. Mm-hmm. So just get with Steve Hutton over at the golf course. He'll show you how it works. Okay. It's real easy. And it will help build efficiency in your shop.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's a great solution. Well, Director Anderson, thank you so much for your presentation. There was additional information related to personnel that might be helpful for executive session. Of course, that is at the discretion of the council. So if that would be beneficial, I'll take a motion to go into closed session for the purpose of going into executive session.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? To discuss personnel. Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion? All right, I'll take the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Well, no one else is opposed. The motion carries. I can literally see her. Yeah. So the motion carries. The council has voted to go into closed session to discuss going into executive regarding personnel. Media, please take your equipment.